Hello, this is Grant Hughes of Grant Hughes Investigates on YouTube. Tonight's video is this one's almost 4 hours long, of various Madeline Soto videos that I've made over the last 10 months or so. And I think you'll find it interesting. If you haven't seen them before, you'll be able to get caught up on all of them in this live stream. And if you like the work, if you could please consider supporting the channel with Buy Me a Coffee or Super Chats or whatever you can afford, I would appreciate it. And I'll be back in the next couple days. All right, so thank you all for watching and hanging out with the freaks, and we'll see you guys later. And let's get started on the video right now. Hello, this is Grant Hughes of Grant Hughes Investigates on YouTube. Please hit that like button, share, and subscribe. Hitting the like button really helps out the channel. Now, if you find my content interesting, maybe hit the subscribe button, and also consider becoming a channel member. I would really appreciate it. Today's video is regarding the almost 900 pages of documents released in a FOIA request procured by a channel called The Docket. He's really good at getting documents in various cases out there. I mean, he even has all the documents in the Shabusiness case. So I'm going to be going over the elements of the document that I found most interesting. There's a whole bunch more that are very interesting, but I'm trying to put this together in an order that makes sense. So what we're going to do is we're going to start off with this clip from the document right here. It said, Jennifer stated the last time she saw Madeline was on the night of Sunday, February 25th, 2024 at approximately 11 p.m. inside the home when she was going to bed. At this time, Jennifer sent Madeline and Stephan up to the guest bedroom. Now, so, I mean, that's absolutely crazy at this point. At this time, Jennifer sent Madeline and Stephan, I guess is how you say it, but who gives a damn how to pronounce his name? They were sent up to the guest bedroom. All three were originally going to sleep in Jennifer's bed. However, Jennifer stated she needed to get some rest due to her new job making her very tired. She would sleep better alone, and Stephan was going to get Madeline ready for school in the morning anyway. Stephan no longer lives in the home with Jennifer and Madeline, as he moved out in December of 2023. However, he has come to visit 2 or 3 times since then. When Stephan visits the home, he will sleep in the guest bedroom upstairs while Madeline and Jennifer sleep together downstairs. So, man, on this night, Jennifer sent Madeline and Stephan upstairs to sleep together alone, away from her, because she needed a good night's sleep. I mean, that's pretty incredible. Now check this out. Remember how we went over this a long time ago on Court TV? I think I'll be on Court TV tonight as well. But this telegram, look at what time this was. Remember, you have to subtract 5 hours, so it was actually 11:49 p.m. on Telegram. They were up in the room alone at 11. So what was Stephan Stearns doing at 11:49 on Telegram? I think this investigation is going to go into a much deeper realm. I think Stephan Stearns, this is just my opinion, was taking photos, uploading and sharing them on various social media platforms that are encrypted like Telegram. And this is the following morning. Now, here's the thing. Jennifer and Stephan, neither one of them were at Madeline's birthday party. Stephan Stearns showed up at the house at around 10:30 or so, or a little bit later that night, and Jennifer came home at around 11. It says time she had woken up on February 26, 2024, to which she stated she believes sometime between 8 and 8:15 hours is when she woke up, because Stephan had gone into the room to put the leash on the dog. Jennifer got up to assist Stephan with placing the leash on the dog because she did not want him to pee on the bed. Jennifer heard people in the kitchen. As far as she knew, Maddie had gone downstairs to get ready for school. So in this one, we see that she didn't actually see Madeline at all. She just assumed that she was getting ready for school. Jennifer then stated Maddie had a makeshift room in the living room that had a television, a desk, a dresser, and a bed. Maddie only used this room to hang out and would never sleep there. I asked Jennifer if she visually observed Maddie on the morning of February 26, 2024, to which she stated no. Okay, so she did come forward and was honest about not actually seeing Maddie getting ready for school. I asked if she had heard her, and she stated she heard people in the kitchen, but was not sure if it was her specifically. Jennifer then stated the last time she had physically seen Maddie was on February 25th, 2024, at 11 p.m. hours when she had sent her to bed. So Jennifer came home sometime that night around 10:30, 11. Stephan shows up around that same time, but she just wanted a good night's sleep. She got a new job. Apparently, whatever elements of it about it make her tired, so she wanted a good night's sleep and sent Stephan and Maddie up to room number 4, they call it, where there's actually the number 4 on the bedroom upstairs, and that's where they went to go to sleep together. I mean, in knowing what had happened after that, that just is absolutely mind-boggling. On February 26, 2024, Jennifer got out of bed at approximately 9 a.m. So even though she was woke up at like 8:15, she stayed in bed until 9 a.m., she says, and left the residence around 9:30, which apparently is true. She had a doctor's appointment because she had a doctor's appointment scheduled for 10:15. Jennifer returned home between 11 and 11:15 and believes Stephan was home at this time. I asked Jennifer what she and Stephan did when they reunited at the residence. Jennifer stated they had chatted for a little bit. So we're getting a little bit better timeline elements put in here, although it's hard to trust exactly anything that Jennifer or Stephan said, but it seems like this one's a little bit more truthful because now she's admitting that she didn't see Madeline at all on the 26th. So now let's take a look at some of the timeline information that was in these documents. So now we have more information. So we know that at 7:36 in the morning, Stephan Stearns is seen putting items into the dumpster. Now, when law enforcement went back to the dumpster, they found a white plastic bag that contained a backpack and crock. Inside the backpack was her laptop. So Maddie's laptop, backpack, and one of her Croc shoes were all in that white plastic bag. And that was at 7:36. At around 7:50 a.m., Stephan Stearns is seen leaving the complex. Now we finally have this filled in on the timeline. It was something that we had missing for a while. So he's leaving at 7:50, and Madeline is seen in the vehicle, propped up with her head tilted to the side, and it looks like she's lifeless. And then the vehicle takes off and eventually ends up in this area at I think at 8:10, and the vehicle is spotted in this area at 8:10 or 8:11 actually, when it was driving around that first time. Okay, so this is the time when he said he went to McDonald's and he did this weird rigmarole over here. Oh, you want to go to McDonald's? Oh, I did a U-turn here, and then I turned around and came back, etc., etc., etc. So that was at 8:11. Then he drives all the way down here. 8:11's right in this area. And then he makes his way down here, and then at 8:19, he actually comes around to the front of the complex, comes through the front area, and she is again seen in the front seat, leaning back. And in one of these shots, they actually see her mouth kind of agape. It's open. It's just sitting, she's leaning, slumped over. And that's at 8:19. And then he leaves again at 8:31. So we kind of wonder what he did between 8:19 and 8:31 when he went back into the apartment. Apparently, Jennifer is in the apartment, and she's still in her room, and Stephan goes in there to get something or to do something. I guess we don't know what that is currently, but Jennifer didn't get out of bed until 9 o'clock. And then at 8:31, the vehicle leaves the complex again, and this is the last time Madeline is seen on the complex security camera. She's still sort of slumped over and mouth open. And so it's, it makes you wonder is, what did Stephan Stearns do with Madeline's body when he went back at 8:19? He goes to the house. Did he leave her propped up, or did he kind of lean her down and put a blanket over her really quick? And then when he took off again, he sets her back up again to make it look like she's alive still. And then he heads off and he goes back up towards the school. So you see at 8:39, the vehicle's in this area. So I don't know if the vehicle drove up from this direction and came in behind, but that was 8:39. Then 8:41 right there. Then the vehicle seen at 8:48 right in this area. And then heading on up, we have 8:58 right here. And then the vehicle seems to be doing all kinds of stuff over here. It goes over 9:16 in this area at a gas station. And then 9:35 kind of over here. And this is the Holiday Inn right here. So the address they gave for this area is actually what they meant for the Holiday Inn right here. So let's see what it says about that. On March 1st, 2024, Detective Leonard Jones responded to the area of Destination Parkway and John Young Parkway to canvass for evidence. During that time, Detective Jones responded to Holiday Inn Club Vacations, located at 9271 South John Young Parkway, Orlando, Florida, 32819. While reviewing the surveillance, Detective Jones observed that at approximately 9:40 a.m., the target vehicle, the silver gray Lincoln MKZ Florida tag IYLL82, turned onto the above business property from Emissary Avenue, then proceeded to their parking garage. While in the parking garage, a male wearing a dark hat, red shirt, and tan pants exited the vehicle and opened the trunk. The male then walked to the front passenger side of the vehicle, opened the door, and proceeded to carry what appeared to be a limp body to the trunk of the vehicle. I mean, that's just absolutely insane that they got that on camera. So Stephan Stearns obviously was looking for a place after she was displayed being alive, driving around. He was looking for a place to put her body safely into the trunk of his vehicle. He couldn't do it at the apartment complex because he'd have to carry her out and somebody might have seen him do that. But inside this parking garage, he thought would be a really safe place to do it. And then after that, Stephan Stearns leaves the parking garage. And as I just mentioned, it was Emissary Avenue is how the vehicle came in. So maybe like this. This is Emissary right here. So it turned in. Maybe it did hang out at this place for a little bit and then pulled in to here. But on the top floor of the parking garage in this Holiday Inn hotel here is where this all went down. Then the vehicle takes off at 9:40. And looks like at about 9:49 is in this area. 9:50 right there. 10:03 making its way near where the school was or is still. And then 10:05 right here. 10:06 right there. And then it keeps heading down. And then eventually at 10:44 is right over here back at the apartment area. Stephan Stearns makes it back home around 10:44, and that kind of corroborates what Jennifer was saying, is that he was home around that time, and they had a conversation. And then who knows what Stephan Stearns did after this. I mean, apparently he goes to a vape shop or something. But we know that at like 12, he leaves the house. And in the documents, it actually shows how the vehicle travels right down 192 like this and makes it into this area. And we have in this area right here where the vehicle is spotted on a camera right here at 112 heading in and 2:17 coming out. So it takes about 11 or 12 minutes to get from here to the crime scene. So let's say 25 minutes of time is used up. So there's an hour and 5 minutes here. You know, take away 25 minutes and you get about 40 minutes of time. So I would say that he was at the crime scene area for about 40 minutes. And that kind of makes sense. Changing a tire. He also disposed of Madeline's body. Absolute barbarian. He goes down into this area. So here is what it also showed in the documents. This is the location that they showed where the witness described the white vehicle had pulled over, and it's right there. So we've been really accurate on this channel since the beginning, showing you these different locations. Then let's take a look at this. At 4:05 p.m. hours, I was contacted by Mr. Thomas Carey. He advised he had seen the news conference earlier this date and wanted to report a possible sighting of the suspect vehicle from Monday, February 26, 2024. He stated he saw the suspect vehicle, a silver sedan, pulled off Hickory Tree Road and subject with a tire iron in his hand, wearing a black shirt and green hat, on backwards, standing near the vehicle, and he had made eye contact with the subject. I mean, look at that, the backwards baseball cap. This guy had really good memory, and Stephan Stearns, he almost always wears his baseball caps backwards. He stated he was not exactly sure of the time, but it was around 1:20, and that makes absolute sense. Now, if we go back to this area over here, I mean, it was 1:12, and it takes 12 minutes, like I say, so it'd be 1:24. So he's very accurate, very close to the correct time. I asked Mr. Carey if he would mind stepping out of his vehicle and showing me on a map of the exact location. Using my agency-issued laptop, I pulled up a satellite view of Hickory Tree Road around Brighton Road, and Mr. Karras navigated the map to the location he saw the subject at on Monday, February 26, 2024. The latitude and longitude of the location he pointed out were noted, and that was 28.191031, comma, negative 81.202160. And when you put that in, it puts you right at the crime scene location, which is right here. And Mr. Karras shared via airdrop to my work cell phone photos he took of the spot that day, March 1st, 2024, for reference. Those photos were later emailed to Kissimmee Police Department. The location provided by Mr. Karras was passed along to Sergeant Swan, Captain Mingione, and Major Hinderman as a point of interest at the command post. Well, this Thomas Karras individual here is the absolute, I mean, he was the quintessential witness in this case. If he didn't exist, it's very likely that Madeline still wouldn't have been found even to this day. And this is also in the document. And if you remember, this is where on my channel we showed you where the crime scene was early on based on the helicopter footage, and they have a Faro scan image. This isn't really, you know, this might be just a top view Faro scan. So if you had the actual software, you might be able to rotate it and look from down here. Or maybe this is another type of an export. Don't know, but see how her body was found between sort of like the main tree number 1 and main tree number 2. And apparently right over here, there was a couple tire fragments found. And I'm sure those will match up to Stephan Stearns' vehicle. So let's go down to Street View here. And this is where we've had the pin the whole time, right inside there. That's where the crime scene is. And it also said in the documents that they had to get the owner of the property to come over and open the gates to get in. And so we don't know if the gate was open or not. Like, was there somebody doing work on the farm that day and the gate was open and Stephan Stearns just was able to walk through? But if not, he would have had to be carrying Madeline's lifeless body and then sort of like throw it over the fence and then climb over and then walk around and put her over there. And man, in this spot, he must have had to look both ways really quick to see if anybody was coming. Like, as you can see, there's a car coming right there, so he wouldn't have done it like that. but he would have been standing over here by his car, waiting and timing it where there was no cars. Then he ran over really quick and then just quickly ran behind here because he'd want to get back there as fast as possible. And then he probably ducked down back there quietly and hid. And then he put the body there. Then he came back out. And then he probably literally finished changing his tire. And when he was changing his tires, probably right when this individual saw him, the witness, because he isn't going to want to be changing his tire before he took the body out of the vehicle, obviously. So he took the body out of the trunk, ran over here, and put her body here. And also, you know, having the trunk open, it allows it to stay open while he runs because it just looks like somebody's fixing a tire. So perhaps he actually propped the car up first, then opened the trunk. I don't know if he thought through all this. A lot of this just seems so disorganized and that it wasn't a planned homicide, perhaps. It just seems so convoluted. He's seen on virtually a million different cameras. He's all over the place. He doesn't really have a great story or alibi. Everything collapses in on himself. It just doesn't work. All right, so at this point, he takes off and he goes back out the same way, actually. So he goes back out this way. I thought at one point that he went out this way, but he might not even have known where he was. I thought maybe he went out this direction and would go to 192 because 192 goes all the way back around. However, he did go back out the same way he came because he goes by the school here again at 217 and then he drives out. Now, we don't really know what he was doing after that, all the different places he went to, but it does show that he drives all the way back into the area here, and then he drives around. Who knows if he goes to the vape shop again and so forth. But what we do know is that at 4:35, he goes back to the dumpster again. Captain Mingione and I entered the property on the west side of Hickory Tree Road. We walked to the north for a few minutes near Round Bay Bales. Captain Mingione and I entered the property on the west side of Hickory Tree Road. We walked to the north for a few minutes near Round Hay Bales, covered in plastic. Then we went to the left, south side of the gate, where there is a long line of tall bamboo trees. Captain Mingione noticed just a few feet into the bamboo tree line what appeared to be blue jeans. As we got closer, we noticed what appeared to be a body. The top half of the body was covered by a green-colored hooded sweatshirt, and the bottom half was covered with blue jeans. The body was laying on the left side in somewhat of a fetal position. It appeared that the body was covered by pieces of hay or dry grass. Based on my training and experience, it was apparent this was a human body. I did not see any signs of life. I could clearly see flies covering the body. I mean, how sad is that? It's also interesting that she was wearing blue jeans. And I remember the interview on body camera inside Jennifer Soto's mom's insurance business. Stephan Stearns mentioned like black pants, and then Jennifer corrected and said, no, black shorts. So I don't know where that came from. Was that just like his story, but she thought she was wearing the black short? I don't know why Jennifer would even know what she was wearing because, as she said, she never even saw Madeline on the 26th. So basically, everything that she was going to be saying would be something that Stephan Stearns would have told her. And then did he once tell her that she was wearing black shorts and then change it to black pants and then she corrected it back to the black shorts? I guess we'll never know the answer to that question, or maybe we will at some point. Who knows? Then, this is pretty interesting. So after Stephan Stearns makes it back into the complex, he goes to the dumpster at 4:35. At 4:35 hours, multiple cameras captured Stearns arriving to the trash compactor in the silver Lincoln sedan. Stearns is wearing what appears to be a blue shirt and a dark color hat worn backwards. Stearns walked to the compactor, opened the door, and returned to his vehicle. Stearns removed a damaged tire, what appeared to be the tread of the tire, with no walls. Stearns threw the tire into the compactor. I submitted video, which I captured on cell phone, to evidence.com under this case number. Here's what we know is going to happen. The two pieces of tire tread that they found at the crime scene location where he had to park the car to change his tire, they are going to be able to match those parts, those pieces, to the treads he threw into the trash can, or the trash compactor, I guess they call it. So these are the main points that I wanted to get at in today's video. I think it's just absolutely insane, the stuff that was going on. Having her propped up, almost like Weekend at Bernie's. I mean, what a ridiculous person this is. Driving around, had no effect on anything. Why would he keep going back and forth? I mean, she was in the car propped up from 7:50 at minimum to 8:31. I mean, that's, what is that? 40 minutes of time where she's just propped up in the car and she's not alive. What the hell was he doing in that car? Was he talking to her too, like some just psycho? Stephan Stearns is an absolute monster and a whack job. All right, so I hope you guys found this video interesting. I found all of this stuff interesting, and I think I'm going to be on Court TV tonight for a few different segments. So maybe, I think it's at the 6 o'clock hour, the second hour. So make sure to check that out. But thank you all very much for watching. And if you could do something for me right now and hit that like button, I would really appreciate it. Hello, this is Grant Hughes of Grant Hughes Investigates on YouTube. Please hit that like button right out of the gate. It really helps the channel out a lot. So hit the like button right now. Okay, thank you very much. And also, if you could share the video, that would be awesome. Today's video is going to be going over the cell tower data, just all in one string. You can kind of animate it on the screen so you can see what's going on. Now, I created my own legend off to the right using the legend that's in the documents. And as you can see, I made it red for Stephan Stearns. They had it kind of this weird pink color, even though on the screen it's red. So it got a little bit confusing. So apparently Stephan Stearns on this weekend is driving around in Stephan Stearns' dad's vehicle, and he apparently, based on the documents, is using his dad's phone, which is sort of interesting in terms of, you know, thinking of this case as a premeditated killing. Because why was he driving his dad's car and using his dad's phone? So who knows if it's premeditated or not. The planning afterwards doesn't seem that great, although you could tell that he did think through some of the elements by leaving his cell phone at home twice during relevant motions, but then, you know, then he would take it with him intentionally to show he's in a certain area for alibi purposes. Now, interestingly, though, you can see the phone is still at home using this cell tower data during certain times, specifically when in the morning when he's driving around with Maddie propped up in the vehicle, and then it's only after he came back home. He got home at 10:16 is when his phone turned on at the residence again, but prior to that there was only sightings of the vehicle on the surveillance cameras at different establishments. So as you can see right here on the screen, the green house, it's kind of small here, that's right up there, that's actually the grandmother's house where the party was. All right, and the pink or purple here, I guess you could call it, is Maddie's cell phone. So you can see all these towers are pointing right. See, even that angle there includes that house. And let's just start playing it right now. And then here's right where the party was. That cell tower is pinging right at the property. Here's another one. So this is where the party was. And you can see the vehicle is moving now. It's driving down and it looks like it's heading on the highway right there, and it's going in this direction. It could even be up on this highway right there. But I think it's that lower one. And it's making its way home. And if you look at it, it's 8:01, now it's 8:02, and this is Stephan Stearns at that same moment. You can see right over here, if we just pause it for a second, Stephan Stearns' vehicle is moving down Highway 4 heading towards the apartment. And you can see over here, Maddie's cell phone is stopped for a bit. It almost seems like they went over to Jennifer's sister or Maddie's aunt's house for a little bit of time. You can see it's right around in this area here. Right there. And see, notice how Stephan Stern's vehicle is moving up the highway, getting closer to that cell tower, driving up in this direction. And right now it is 8:14, 8:15, and notice over here Maddie's phone is still staying in that relative location, and the apartment's over here. And now it's 8:17, he's moving up and around. He's heading east now, and now it looks like Maddie's phone is starting to move west towards the apartment at 8:19. And here comes Stephan Stearns. He's making his way towards Kissimmee. Maddie's phone is still relatively in that position, but it did add that extra ring there, so it seemed like there was some movement there. But it's interesting how it seems like there's a massive delay in Maddie's arrival at home. She gets home at around 8:30 and should have been home a lot earlier, so she must have stopped. But it seems like she communicated with Stephan Stearns, and he pauses too, wanting to make sure that the aunt had taken off before he got there. So they're both home at around, let's go back a little bit. So this is 8:30. Let's just play this part again here. And here comes Stephan Stearns. So Maddie's home about like 8:31, 8:32, and then Stephan Stearns is home by 8:41. So just 10 minutes after she got home. And that's 10:05, and they're at home. Maddie and Stephan Stearns are at home. Now, if you look over here, this is Jennifer's vehicle in blue. Up in the upper right, you can see the blue next to Jennifer. Now, she's headed back towards the Kissimmee area and home. And she makes it home right when you're supposed to. The speed and travel, she goes directly home. You can see as the cell towers ping, she's going in this direction. Making your way to the east. And then you can see, you know, based on the ping, she's kind of over in this general area here. They get more specific here in a minute. So she's now making her way south down on, looks like John Young Parkway, and then maybe took this turn right there and is heading right to the house. And she gets home at approximately, looks like 10:30, right around that time. Now they're all home right now. Now this is 8:10 in the morning. Stephan Stearns leaves his cell phone at home, and now he's only seen on camera moving up. So 8:10, he's already driven up towards the McDonald's, and he's turning around and coming back. And then 8:11, he's heading back south again towards the house. And we know at 8:22, he's at home, because at 8:19, he's seen coming through the front gate. So he comes through the front gate, and he's seen on camera, and Maddie's body's propped up in the vehicle. He's seen at 7:36 with Maddie's body propped up in the vehicle while he's dumping the backpack, and which has the laptop in it inside of a plastic bag and a white Croc shoe, into the garbage can. They see Maddie propped up. Then at 7:50, they also see him leaving the complex. That's why he's up by McDonald's in that area. And her body's also propped up there. And then he comes back at 8:19, and that's what we're looking at right now. At 8:22, he's in the complex, and her body was seen propped up at that time. We also know that he leaves at 8:31 with her body visibly propped up. So this is 8:39. He's already left, and that, now look at this. He's back up in this area, visually seen on camera, heading north. 8:48, 8:50, 8:58. Now he heads east over here, for some reason. We don't know what he's doing over here because Maddie's propped up, but he may have already pushed her over because he doesn't want to be seen in the, have her seen in the vehicle at this point because he's supposed to have dropped her off. So he may have like had her bent over a little bit so she's not quite as visible in the vehicle. Heading north, then back south a little bit, and then it should be heading, yes, east again. And here's back at home. That was right there. That was showing that at this time, it's 9:18. It looks like Jennifer is still at the home, but remember, she's going to be heading out for her doctor's appointment soon. She's awake, though, at the house. And remember, Stephan Stern's phone is at the house, and Maddie's phone is at the house. So again, down here, 9:33, 9:34, Jennifer's phone is still pinging right down at the house, and this is where Stephan Stern's is. All right, now it appears that Jennifer is leaving the apartment complex because it's not dark blue at this point. 9:42, and then at 9:44, the vehicle's spotted up in this area, and this is the hotel where Stephan Stern's went up to the top floor, opened up the trunk, then moved Maddie from the front passenger seat into the trunk of the vehicle. So this is 9:44, and it looks like Jennifer may be still at home and is now leaving. Okay, now she's leaving. See this ping here? She's driving up north to her doctor's appointment. And right here is where the doctor's appointment was, not too far from her house. See where the circle is? It's right inside that. I showed that on another show. But Stephan Stern's is now heading back home, and at this moment, he passes the same intersection and is there for 2 minutes. There is a traffic light there, so I imagine while Jennifer is at her doctor's appointment, Stephan Stern's was stopped at a stop sign outside, or stop light outside of the hospital. And that's why it pings there for 2 minutes. Now, people will say, oh, they were giving something, they were talking. So this right here shows the ring inside of which Jennifer, the hospital is and where she's at. It's right there. And now at 10:46, I think if we go back a little bit to about like 10:16, notice right here, this is where Jennifer is at the hospital, and right now at 10:16, his phone turns on at the house because he just got home. And he just didn't want to take it with him when he was putting Maddie's body in the trunk, etc. He just didn't realize there were 17 million cameras that were going to be filming him driving around. So he's there from 10:16 to 10:44. It pings right there. And also, between that same time period, Jennifer is at her doctor's appointment. And then it seems like Jennifer perhaps goes over to a mall that's a little bit over in this side, over here. And Stephan Stern's is at home, but it appears that, and look at that, Maddie's phone turned on at home. Let's go back there just for a second. I'll play this all uninterrupted at the end so you can just watch it. All right, so 10:44. And look at right there, Maddie's phone turns on at 10:55, or at least it connects to a tower. And Stephan Stern's is leaving now. And it looks like Jennifer's still near her doctor's appointment. But Stephan Stern's is heading north. And he passes right by where she would be. And then she heads home and heads kind of an easterly direction. Don't know if she's going anywhere. But right now, Maddie's phone is pinging at home at 11:11. And Stephan Stern's is still up north. He goes to the vape shop, E-Smoke. So let's go back to that one frame here. Yeah, so E-Smoker Online Vape Shop. So that's where his phone is pinging at right now, and it's mentioned in the documents. Jennifer, though, is almost home at this point. And right now, Maddie's phone is pinging back at the property. The red symbols the home, the apartment. And he's still up in this area. And at this point, Jennifer is at home at 11:28. I think if we go back even a little bit more, it looks like 11:27 she's at home. So Stephen Stearns is still up there. So there is a point where she says when she got home, you know, they spoke or he was there, but I don't know if that means that he was there before she got home, but he wasn't. And there's no strategic advantage. There's a lot of stuff that people complain about in this case, like when Jennifer jumps in and says, oh, she had on black shorts. What advantage did she gain by saying that? If she knew that Maddie was dead and already buried, why would it matter that you know, what she was wearing or anything? Her body was supposedly hidden at that point. So it wouldn't be like, oh, they're going to be looking for the wrong person. You think if they found her and there's jeans on, but because Jennifer said that they were black shorts, they would go, oh, that's not her. I mean, that's ridiculous, everybody. Okay, so this is 11:27. Jennifer's at home, and Stephen Stearns is still way up here. Yeah, even pinging up in this area. And he's still way up there. Maddie's phone pings at 11:40. 11:41, still pinging at the home. Stephen Stearns is heading back south. Maddie's phone still pinging down here. And he's heading south. And he'll be arriving at home soon. 11:46, still heading south. 11:47, south 11:48, still heading south. 11:49. Now it's 11:57 to 12:47. He's at home. And look at Jennifer's phone is pinging at home. The purple line is Maddie's phone pinging at home during that entire hour. And remember, at 10:16 he got home and he turned his phone back on, and that's when he called Jennifer on the phone and said, hey, you know, I tried to take her to McDonald's, but she didn't want to go. And then she probably said, well, hey, I'm at a doctor's appointment. I'll talk to you when I get home. And then when she got home, she said, what happened? And then he explained how she didn't want to go to McDonald's, etc. And that was during this time frame between 11:57 and 12:47. Right, now this is when Stephen Stearns takes off. So imagine this. The entire time he's talking with Jennifer, Madeline's body's still out in the trunk in his vehicle at the complex. So after talking to her for about an hour, he then takes off at 12:49. And he heads east. He's on 192 and 17, making his way down. And he makes his way through St. Cloud here. And then we know that he makes his way to Hickory Tree Road and placed their body in a row of bamboo trees after getting a flat tire. And then he walked through an open fence. Then he starts heading back. It's now 2:12. If we can go back a little bit, let me go back to this area really quick and we'll just show it when he gets down here. So when it makes it down into the area where he's about to head south onto Old Hickory Tree Road that turns into, you can get to Hickory Tree Road. It's around 116, all right? Then he starts coming back. You see him in the same area at 2:11. So that means he's probably at the crime scene for about 30 minutes because there's about 10-minute travel time from that area to the crime scene. And now he's heading up north again and then west to the property. But you notice this. Let me show you this. This is something you need to look at. Notice the red line right there. Stephen Stearns' phone is at home the entire time he's on this route right here. The entire time he's on this. So notice how it's pinging. It's left on. I think he wants it on purpose. So again, he heads over here and he is conscious enough about what he's doing to, you know, turn his phone on and leave it at home so that it's pinging there. He just didn't realize, again, that there's like 20-something cameras on the route that was filming him. So here he is heading back, and I think he makes it back home by 41 or so. Let's see. Right, so he's right there. He's not quite home yet. It's 12:43. And look at, Jennifer's already left the house to go pick up Maddie. She usually leaves at 12:30. She waited a bit, but Stephan Stearns didn't show up, and his phone was at home, so she just decided to take off. She hadn't heard from him, and I'm sure the phone wasn't just sitting out in plain sight, that he had the phone at home, and he probably hid it somewhere and turned off the ringer. And as you can see, Stearns makes it home at 2:46. Jennifer's heading up towards the school, and she makes it into the school area at around 2:55. And right around this time at 3:25, Stephan Stearns is still at home. Still home at 3:31. And he's still home between 3:42 and 4:13. And then 4:28 to 4:38, she's up in this area, and she's over at her mother's workplace at an insurance company, right in this area. That's what this represents, this red building here. And this is the school right here, this red symbol. So as you can see, Jennifer's phone's pinging there, and look at Maddie's phone is pinging there, which verifies that she took Maddie's phone with her to give to her after school. As she said in the documents, that when Maddie would leave her phone at home, she would take it to her after school. So that's what she's doing right here. And you can see her phone is pinging right next to the office. It's a really solid line right inside there. I think this is when she said she first went to the office after Maddie didn't come out of the school. She went to her mother's office, and her mother said, well, she wouldn't be here by now if she did walk here. So then she went and parked on a street watching and waiting for her, but when she didn't pass, she realized that's when she should be at her mother's office, so drove back to the mother's office, and that's all during this time frame right here. And her mother said, no, she's still not here, and that's when she started getting nervous. And look, she's right there. She's really just at the office. Now Stephan Stearns has been called, and he's heading up towards the office. And you can see he's about right in this area. And then at almost 5 o'clock, he's in this area and makes it up to the office at about, and look at right there, at 5:01, Maddie's phone is on. That's probably when she handed it to her family members, and they were trying to go through the phone. Stephan Stearns isn't quite there yet. Now he's almost there. He's heading north towards the office. As you can see, the rings getting further out. And right now he is at the office, and then between 5:03 and 6:52, they're in the same area, and Maddie's phone, Jennifer's phone, and Stephan Stearns' phone all ping in the area. And they just show you whenever there's a ping. So when you see something like this cell tower can also reach right at the edge of the office. The office is right there. So it might ping as well, even if he's still at the office. Okay, and it looks like they're almost all at the office at this point at 9:02. And then Jennifer's phone pings there, also consistent with the office. Then now it appears at 9:03, they're kind of heading out in this direction a little bit, some movement going on. Could also just be that these cell towers also encompass, but if you look at that one, this cell tower wasn't reaching there, so it looks like they may have even driven back over in this area. And this is when, remember when Stephan Stearns was showing the police where he dropped her off? So that's all during this time frame. But see, they're still way up here at 9:28. And then 9:31. 9:44. And now it appears they're heading home. And there you go. That is Stephan Stern's, Maddie, and Jennifer's cell phones are all pinging, heading south. I'm a little bit interested why they didn't take Madeline's phone that first night. But anyways, they're heading home, and they all make it home by, I think it's, let's see, it's now 9:54, and they're all home pretty much right around this time at 9:55. So everybody made it home at that point. So now I'm going to play this. So if you have any questions, put the questions in the comments section. I'd really appreciate it. And let me know what you think you're seeing here. To me, the information seems to corroborate what Jennifer Soto says quite accurately. You know, it's not 100%, you know, like within 10 or 15 minutes of something she says is the actual time that's verified on the cell phone data. Stephan Stern's is the one whose information doesn't match specifically what he said. Hers does. It appears she really did go to the doctor's appointment, and you know, some of the statements like when she got home, he was there and they talked. Well, it sounds like he got home after her doctor's appointment. So she gets home from the doctor's appointment, then he shows up. But it's consistent with how she worded things, that he got home at 10:16 and then called her, but then he headed up north again. Then she heads home after her doctor's appointment, but he took his phone with him that time because he wants it to kind of ping up in there and make it seem like he's just doing regular things. I mean, what killer goes to a vape shop, you know? That doesn't make any sense. But you might ask yourself this. Well, he has to make it seem, I was about to say, what killer would drive around, go to a vape shop knowing that their child's missing. But at this point, I mean, he knows the child isn't missing. He knows Maddie isn't missing. He knows that he killed her, so he's just putting up the ruse to make it seem like he's doing ho-hum, mundane things during the time that Maddie's actually dead, but she hasn't been observed missing yet, and he can't give away that fact. So that's what he's doing there. And I'll put right at the end here a very sped up version of this so you can just kind of see the motion. I'll make it like in a 2-minute period where you see all of the pings just zipping by in an animated form. So here is that clip right now. Hello, this is Gray Hughes of Gray Hughes Investigates on YouTube. Please hit that like button right out of the gate. I would really appreciate it. A lot of you forget to hit the like button, and I know you love the video, so if you could just do that right away, that'd be great. Also, if you could share the video and subscribe, and when you subscribe, hit the notification bell and all videos. Today's video is regarding if the crime in the Madeline Soto case of her death, was that spontaneous? Was it something that Stephan Stearns planned, or was it just something that happened randomly at the time? There are arguments to be made for both sides. Now, one thing I wanted to perhaps change from the video that I put out yesterday, if you remember, the officer explained that they were looking for a car pulled over that had a flat tire. And this is before they found Madeline's body. They already had arrested Stephan Stearns, but they mentioned Highway 192 and Old Hickory Tree Road, and then also Nolte and Old Hickory Tree Road. And here's a screenshot of the person who actually saw the car pulled over with a flat tire. And this is Thomas Karras. He said, "I gave the pictures to Ocala County law enforcement as they started their search, and they found her where I saw him." So when she was eventually found, where he reported that he saw Stearns pulled over with a flat tire, it's exactly where she was found. So Crime Line told me I did not have enough information, but Ocala law enforcement jumped right into action. Thank God for them. I saw him around 1:20 p.m. Monday on Old Hickory Tree pullover on a roundabout that has a cargo shipping container. He was in the right-hand side heading towards Harmony. He was wearing a green, light brown hat backwards. I didn't see anyone else in the vehicle. He was outside the car at the back left tire with a tire iron, looking like he was changing it, but couldn't say for sure. All right, so what he's explaining is he's calling Hickory Tree Road Old Hickory Tree Road, and maybe that's what they all do. All right, and Harmony is right over here, and he said it was heading this direction, and he said near a, I think what the term he used was boxcar. Let's see, what did he say? And it says right here he was next to a cargo shipping container. And if you go down to Street View, there's the cargo shipping container. If you go down to the Street View right here, that was actually the map. And you look out there, there it is right there. And he said he was pulled over in this area, standing on the back left, and the car was facing that direction because Harmony is over there. And if you remember on my other video, her body was found right in this location right there. Obviously, he didn't carry her body from here and walk a half mile carrying her all the way to those woods over there. So again, that helps validate the location that I discovered using the helicopter footage that she was found. I would actually say right inside like that. Okay? All right. Now, what I believe then is that when the officer was talking in the press conference, that she actually meant from here, which is Highway 192 and Hickory Tree Road, but maybe they were calling it Old Hickory Tree Road because that's exactly what this witness referred to it as. And then we can go up to here and say Hickory Tree Road and Nolte. And doesn't it make more sense that all along here on Hickory Tree Road is where they want people that saw a vehicle to come forward and let them know what they saw, and then right here to 192. So I think that is what law enforcement was trying to say, but if you went with what they said exactly, it's unfortunate that we're left up to interpreting something like that. But they mentioned from here to here, and that just didn't make sense. And now if you go by 192 and Hickory Road and Hickory Road and Nolte right there, that makes a hell of a lot of sense. And I believe that is what they were referring to. All right, now let's talk about was the crime spontaneous or was the crime something that was planned out and plotted for a long time? Let's start off by playing the press conference to get the factual information and timing of that day.
Last night, detectives from the Kissimmee Police Department met with Madeline's mother, and they had to tell her the very devastating news that although we have not found Madeline, we are now confident that she is dead.
So remember, this is prior to Madeline Soto being found.
Our detectives have determined that Madeline was never dropped off on the morning of February 26th near her school. We believe she was already dead at the time, and that Stephan Stearns moved her body in the early morning hours on that day. We have video evidence.
So what they're saying is that she never was dropped off, and they believe she was already dead at that time.
And so that shows Stephan Stearns discarding items in a dumpster in that apartment complex in Kissimmee at 7:35.
So he's throwing away the laptop and backpack on the day that she goes missing, when she was supposed to be going to school, and in his own apartment complex, or their apartment complex, and you know, he's throwing him in right there. So does that sound like something, if you were planning a homicide, that you would do? I mean, it almost seems ludicrous to put those items in a dumpster in that apartment complex. Perhaps Stephan was aware of when garbage gets picked up. I guess we don't really know the answer to why, but that seems like a hurried decision.
On Monday, February 26th, detectives later recovered Madeline's backpack and her school-issued laptop from that dumpster. At 8:19, we have evidence that shows Stephan Stearns returning to the complex, and Madeline was visible in that vehicle. We believe she was already dead at that time.
Yes, let's play this part again over here.
Detectives later recovered Madeline's backpack and her school-issued laptop from that dumpster.
Do you think that Madeline was alive or already dead when he threw those items in that dumpster? If you think that she was already dead, then we have to look again, as I repeatedly say, that Jen's comment about seeing her at 8 in the morning getting ready isn't true, but perhaps that was something that Stephan fed her to say after the fact, when he realized that they're going to ask all these questions. You were still asleep, but could you tell me that you at least saw her? Because I'm the one that took her to school. You know, it's not my fault. You know how it probably went.
At 8:19, we have evidence that shows Stephan Stearns returning to the complex, and Madeline was visible in that vehicle. We believe she was already dead at that time.
So what do you guys think of that part? Doesn't that seem ludicrous for somebody to plan out a homicide and then be coming back with a body in the vehicle? Did he prop her up in the car and drive around and make it seem like she was alive? But then why come back to the apartment complex with her in it when you are claiming you dropped her off at school? Those two things don't work together. So that also seems absolutely poorly planned, something totally irrational.
It's our belief that she was killed in Kissimmee.
Now, if you notice what he says right there, it's our belief she was killed in Kissimmee. That means their belief right there is that somebody killed her. He doesn't say we believe she died in Kissimmee. He said we believe she was killed. So this is before they found the body.
And that he moved her body. And so that's why the Kissimmee Police Department is the lead investigators now.
As for messages
that is correct. It is transitioned to a homicide investigation, and the Kissimmee Police Department will be...
So it's a homicide. They're investigating it as a homicide, though, before they found her. And then we know that she was found right here, a day or two later, a few days later, right there. And after they found her, we haven't heard what the cause of death was. You know, they almost are referring to it as a homicide, in the press conference here. She was killed, etc. So that would be a homicide, but they wouldn't really know at that point until they do the autopsy. However, I think it's likely it's a homicide. Was it an intentional homicide, though? There's just a lot of really interesting elements of this case that don't really add up to somebody planning, and then there's things that you might think he did plan. For example, look at this right here. This is in the arrest warrant. Digitally appears the affiant Detective Brian Moore, a sworn law enforcement officer to wit, an officer for the Kissimmee Police Department, who makes this affidavit and states under oath that affiant has probable cause to believe that certain laws have been violated in Ocala County, Florida, and that on between March 20th, 2022, which is a month after her birthday in 2022, and then all the way to December 3rd of 2023, the defendant, Stephan Michael Stearns, did violate Florida state statutes and committed the offenses, and we've seen all of the assaults that they are referring to using video, etc., in the arrest warrant. Now look at those dates. I find these dates interesting. Look at how it says on 3/20/2022, that is about 1 month after her birthday in 2022. So she's probably 11 at that time. And we have on December 3rd, 2023, the ending of the information that they found. And that is really quite interesting when you think that that is just almost 3 months to the day when they found her body. And remember, he had moved out 3 months prior. So is this an assault that happened just before he moved out? And if so, is that why he moved out? Was Jen aware of something and kicked him out? Or did he leave for some other reason? And maybe he was just going to leave, but then he heard from Madeline, because you remember he would text message Madeline quite a bit. And maybe she told him something. I mean, I had a theory, and there's no evidence whatsoever to point to it, that maybe she was pregnant and let him know, and then he came back for her birthday, and perhaps he planned to kill her at that point because he was scared that she would tell somebody. Because once she's pregnant, he has no out. I mean, the mother would say, well, how did you get pregnant? Then she would answer. You take her to the doctor. They probably have to fill out a report that she got pregnant, etc., and the jig would be up with Stephan Stearns. So in that scenario, he likely would want to have killed her because he had no out. And 3 months is about the time where someone starts showing. There's people out there that believe that they think she looks pregnant. And again, there's absolutely no evidence that she is pregnant. It's just one of those things that explains why something changed, because he'd been with Jen for around 8 years, and he obviously was assaulting Madeline for quite a few years in there. And what changed right then? What was the element that changed? Something dramatic happened where he felt like he wouldn't be able to control the situation, and that's one theory that would explain that. But all of the other elements seem so discombobulated, like they're just out of control. Almost, it doesn't make sense. He has a story that he dropped her off at the church, and then he drove back to, he took her from home, dropped her off at the church, and then he left to do some errands, and then something happened to her. But we already know that you're driving around with her in the vehicle prior, coming back to your apartment with her in it, and law enforcement believes she's not alive. So he's telling a story for Jen to say, and she wants to believe him and believes him, because she probably can't imagine that he would be part of her actually being missing. Maybe she was naive to the entire thing. Stearns may have picked Jen for a particular reason. Perhaps she doesn't, she has apparently some issues mentally with bipolar and medications she's on, and maybe he thought he could control the situation, but things were getting out of control, and he shows up for the birthday. If you remember in the interview with him, he was talking about, oh yeah, they were so happy to, we were all together, everybody was so happy. And is that really the truth? Was Madeline really happy to see the abuser show back up again? I doubt it. And then you've got, at 7:35, he's throwing the backpack, laptop in a garbage. And then somehow he must have left with Madeline prior to that, even before the 7:30, and taken her somewhere, even before 7:35, taken her somewhere, and then came back, threw the items in a dumpster, and then it almost like he left again to go get her. Or was she in the vehicle at 7:35 when he threw items in the dumpster, and then he continued out and for some unknown reason brought her back? See, that sounds like somebody that doesn't have things planned out. And then hours later, since law enforcement believes he wasn't alive at 8:19, and the witness saw him parked there at 1:20, that means for 5 hours her body was somewhere else, probably 4 hours at the apartment complex, because it takes 40-something minutes to drive out here. So he had her body at the apartment complex since he was returning at 8:19 with her body in it. And then later he took off and drove all the way out to this area here on Hickory Tree Road, parked, and when the coast was clear, he came over here and he put her body in these woods here. He obviously, at that point with the flat tire, couldn't go all the way over here, and carry her, because somebody would have noticed from a distance when a car drove by. They would see him walking in that field over there. It also doesn't seem like he took a lot of care not to be seen on cameras, and it's just the whole story fell apart right from the beginning. It's, obviously he made up the story, but it doesn't seem like it was planned. I think it's very possible that he was drugging her over the years. We were talking about that on my show the other night. And perhaps the drug killed her, so that still means it's a homicide. And it was likely a felony murder at that point. Are the text messages and communications she had where she said that she wanted to live in the woods, is that something that Stephan Stearns put on her social media? Or is that something that Madeline herself actually wrote? Because it's interesting that she's found, looks like he may have wanted to take her to the woods, but wasn't able to because of his flat tire. One of the things I've been thinking about is, was she killed manually? We know that the autopsy reports aren't back yet, and they still haven't given us a manner of death or even a cause of death. We heard in the press conference that they thought it was a homicide, but we don't know yet because the autopsy reports aren't in. One thing I think is interesting, I think that if they immediately could see ligature marks, or let's just say a gunshot wound or something like that, they would have came forward, it seems like almost immediately, and charged him with murder. But then maybe they couldn't determine who is the person who killed her, because let's say it is strangulation or she was smothered, something like that. He could argue that she did it and he was just covering up for her. So there's no proof of which person did it. I think that he's solely responsible and that Jen likely has no knowledge and was just helping tell the story that he told. But perhaps when she said that she saw him getting ready at 8 in the morning, that's a little extra there, because that's offering proof of life when you really didn't have any, if you're just repeating what Stephan told you to say. Yeah, so we don't know right now if law enforcement is waiting for the toxicology reports to see if there's anything else to add in there. It is possible that they were able to notice how she died at the crime scene, but they just can't tell who did it based on the circumstances. But it could also be that she had no visible marks, and the toxicology report is what will tell them. And then if it turns out that she died of some drugs, then they'll have to figure out how that happened and how that led to their death. And then that would mean that Stephan Stearns was covering up the death somehow. But the thing is, when you add in that he has CSAM material on his phone regarding Madeline Soto, and that he is the one seen driving around, putting her items into a dumpster, driving back with her body at 8:19, the dumpster was 7:35, and then coming up with this whole story that was absolutely false, it would appear that Stephan Stearns is involved in how she died as well. So leave your comments in the comments section. Let me know what you think, what your thoughts are. And I'm going to look into the Sebastian Rogers case. They have some crazy grainy footage. I'd like to have the original footage because the versions that are out there are so poor that you really can't even tell where you're looking or any discernible landmarks or anything. There's these little white dots moving around. All right. So again, leave your comments in the comments section. I would really appreciate it. Hello, this is Gray Hughes of Gray Hughes Investigates on YouTube. Please hit that like button if you could right out of the gate. I would really appreciate it. Gets more people to watch. I put a lot of time into this video right here, so if you can share the video with other people, that would also be helpful. In the Madeline Soto case, I am going over the detailed timeline of the morning of Stephan Stearns' travels, starting at early in the morning, around 7:30 in the morning. Okay, so we go through the whole thing up until he gets home at around 10:16. And then I'll do a follow-up video that goes through his movements and his cell phone pinging when he claims to go to the vape shop, and then when he drives to the crime scene and back. So this video starts off, we're at the apartment. I think it's this one right here. We'll start off with this. A woman identified herself as Jennifer's roommate. She and her 15-year-old son have a room in the home. The roommate last saw Maddie on the afternoon of Sunday, February 25th at approximately 12:30 hours. The roommate did not see Maddie return to the home because she was already in bed at 8:45. So remember, Maddie went to her birthday party at around 3:30 or so. She was there, and the last time the roommate saw her was at 12:30, so 3 hours before she was at the party. And then she didn't see her when she got home because she was already in bed at 8:45, and that is right around the time that Maddie got home. So, they must have just missed each other. Further, roommate did not see Maddie leaving the home, as the roommate always leaves by 7:45 in the morning, which is interesting because that's right around the time that Stephan Stearns has a lot of activity around the home. So I'm wondering if he was trying to avoid the roommate. Did the roommate leave earlier, like at 7:30 something that morning? Because she says she leaves by 7:45. So that must mean that often she'll leave quite a bit before 7:45, maybe around 7:30. Stephan also stated he and Maddie woke up at approximately 7 a.m. and left the home at around 7:45 hours. However, the roommate stated she did not see them in the morning, and she was also awake and leaving the home at around 7:45. So it just kind of makes you wonder. I mean, was Stephan Stearns already just kind of sitting out in the car at like 7 in the morning, just waiting to do various things? Let's go on to the next slide. So at 7:33, you would estimate that he left his apartment because it takes 2 minutes to drive to the dumpster area, the trash compactor. So at 7:33, he drives to the trash compactor with Maddie propped up. And then at 7:35 a.m., Stephan Stearns is at the trash compactor. And on that video, you see her propped up. So logic would dictate that at 7:33, she was already propped up while he was leaving the apartment. All right? And it takes 2 minutes to drive from here to the trash compactor. On February 26, 2024, at 7:35 a.m., videos that captured the trash compactor on the property show a male determined to be Stephan Stearns wearing a red t-shirt and dark-colored hat, worn backwards. He arrived in a silver Lincoln sedan. Stearns threw a white trash bag filled with items inside the trash compactor before pulling away. A female believed to be Maddie is visible in the front passenger seat. Her head is visible, tilted on her left shoulder, and her mouth was open. She was belted into the seat. The crime scene, investigators located a white trash bag that contained a black backpack. So this is when they tracked down the compactor and what was contained in it. And it contained the white plastic bag, a black backpack with what appeared to be purple Hawaiian prints, and Stephan Stearns even describes it exactly the same way, and a white Croc shoe. Inside the backpack, CSIs located an Orange County public school computer with Madeline's name on it. Based on this, it was determined the backpack and its contents belonged to Maddie. Additional video collected from near the rental office, which captured the roundabout, showed the female believed to be Maddie in the same position as the previous video at 7:36 hours. So what they're saying is that at 7:36 hours, the position that you could see Madeline in and Stephan Stearns driving the vehicle over by the trash compactor was similar to the 8:19 sighting, which we haven't discussed yet. So after leaving the apartment at 7:33, taking 2 minutes to get over here, 7:35, throwing the items into the dumpster, 7:36, also you see a video of Madeline propped up in the vehicle, and then he drives likely back the same way and makes it back to his apartment at 7:38. And now we know after that he actually ends up leaving the apartment at about the complex itself at 7:50, so would have had to leave at about 7:48. Detective Acosta and I received the surveillance showing both the front and rear entrance of the complex, which exited onto Dyer Boulevard. In the surveillance footage, I observed a male wearing a red shirt leaving the complex in a 2010 silver MKZ through the rear gate at 7:50 hours with a female wearing a green sweater in the front seat. This person appeared to be sitting upright with her head slumped over to her left side. He would have to be leaving his apartment at 7:48 to be able to get out by 7:50 a.m. Then at 7:58, 8 minutes later, when he would already be quite a ways away from the apartment, his phone is still pinging at the apartment because we know he left the phone there, and by God, he also did a factory reset on that phone. I mean, what bad luck could one person have? Man, that's amazing. Then at 8:10, he's already coming back from somewhere. So from 7:50 to 8:10, we're missing some, imagery, and we obviously don't have his cell phone pinging because he left it at home. So we don't know where he is. Maybe law enforcement has discovered video, but we don't have any that were released in the documents. So at 8:10, he's right there heading south back towards his house. Now, if he'd gone up to the McDonald's and the school, he'd have to go straight there and turn right around and come right back to be able to get there in time, because it takes like 9 minutes to get to where this is right here, where it says at 8:10 he's in this location. It takes 9 minutes just to get there from the house, so that would put you there at about 7:59, and then to get up to where the McDonald's is another 3 or 4 minutes, so then it's 8:02, and then you have to drive a little bit further up to drop her off, and then you turn around, and just to get back to there, you'd almost have to completely get up there, turn around, stop, turn around, and drive right back. So at 8:10, he's heading back, and it's right here in this location. This is Thacker Avenue right here, and this is John Young Parkway. So 8:10, it's right there, waiting in line, and then a minute later, at 8:11, it's at Thacker Avenue, so it's probably right in the middle of the intersection, driving south like that. And then it takes 8 minutes to go from John Young Parkway and Thacker to the apartment complex. 8 minutes. You add 8 minutes to 8:11, at which time that was, and it's 8:19. And then look at this. At 8:19 hours, I observed a male wearing a red shirt enter the complex through the front gate near North Hoagland Boulevard in the silver Lincoln with someone in the front passenger seat wearing a green sweater and once again slumped over. And when he came into the apartment complex, he would have driven just like this. Went around the roundabout, around like this, and then to the apartment. And that would take about 3 minutes to get to the apartment, but let's just say 2 minutes. Nobody drives the speed that Google Maps says to drive in an apartment complex. So let's just say at around 8:22, he makes it back to his apartment, or Jen's apartment. And 8:22, ironically, it's pinging up here where Jennifer's phone is at home, because remember, she's still sitting in bed at this point, but her phone is on and active at this time. And so Stearns is at the apartment from 8:22 until about 8:29, right? Because it takes 2 minutes to get out of there. So in that weird little small 7-minute window there, he apparently was going back to get his clicker, as he said, and he also likely told Jen about, hey, we're going to head to McDonald's, and he helped out with a leash or something like that inside the house. So he's only able to be in the house for about 7 to 8 minutes. He could have driven faster and got there at 8:21. And then when he left here, he'd have to drive like this and around and out. And let's show the next slide. And so he could have also, instead of going like that, he could have driven like this and around and out. And that just takes a couple of minutes. Either way, it just takes a couple of minutes. And he's leaving at 8:31. And again, Maddie's body is seen propped up. And it says right here, at 8:31 hours, the male wearing a red shirt left the complex in the silver Lincoln MKZ through the rear gate with a female in the front passenger completely slumped over to the left. Probably meant front passenger seat completely slumped over to the left. And then 8:31 to 8:39, it's a 7-minute drive from the apartment back to where, 7 to 8 minute drive to where, about, I think it's 8:39, the vehicle is spotted right around in this area. Let's see what time they have on here. Yeah, 8:39, it's at Osceola Parkway and Thacker. So that's sort of interesting. So Thacker Avenue is right over here. So he must have taken a different sort of a route there. So Thacker, yeah, that's right here. So Thacker Avenue is right here. So it's, it's interesting. It must have came up this way then, just like I have it. He often says he likes to take John Young Parkway, but at 8:39 he's driving right by here and then is going to take a left. So here it is, and then he takes a left. And there's the shot of what it looked like from Street View. And then 8:41, it's at John Young Parkway and Thacker. And that's right here. And he's going northbound at 8:41 with Madeline propped up in the vehicle. And that's what it looks like from Street View. Then at 8:48, he's on John Young Parkway and Town Center Boulevard. And there it is right there, driving northbound. And that's what it looks like from Street View. And then at 8:58, he's at Central Florida Parkway and heading westbound, so in the left direction, and John Young Parkway. And see, he's taking a turn there to go west. And we should have a street view here going around that corner right there. And then at 9:01, it's on I Drive and Central Florida Parkway. So quite a bit more to the west. And there it was coming like this, but then it heads northbound. As we go back to that last slide, it says northbound I Drive and Central Florida Parkway. And so it heads north, and there's a water park right up here, an aqua park. And that's what it looks like from Street View. So now he's northbound on iDrive and Aquatica at the rear entrance. And I think the rear entrance just means you're turning in south of the park here, but he's just driving straight. You know, he's northbound, 902 heading in that direction. And that's what it looks like from street view right there. The park's just off to the right, as the sign states, Aquatica. Then at 902, it's at iDrive and Sea Harbor Drive, which is, here's that park. We've passed the park now, and that's this road right here, and it's still heading northbound. But amazingly, it shows that, and here's street view here, it shows that at 903 it's heading southbound on iDrive and Sea Harbor Drive. So he must have done a U-turn, or did something like where he turned into here really quick and then turned around. But he's going right back this direction at 903 heading southbound. So likely did a U-turn just even right there, maybe even in this lane. And here's street view heading south. And now he's at 904, he's at iDrive and Aquatica rear entrance. So basically just completely reversing. See, there's 902, 903, I think even 902 here again, and then 903 turning, and then 904 right here at that same rear entrance, still heading southbound. And there's street view. And then 905, he is at Central Florida Parkway and iDrive. And when he comes down, the Aquatica Park's up there to the north a little bit, comes down and then turns and then starts heading east again. So he does start heading east at this point. And right now they're showing us the slide at 913. His phone is still pinging at home all by itself because he's not there. He's driving around in a vehicle. Then at 916 his vehicle spotted again at Gateway Avenue and Orangewood Boulevard. Now, it's hard to sort of understand where that is unless I show you on a map. So here's the Aquatica Park, and remember, we just saw the car come down here at 905, and it appears that maybe it drove up like this, because at 916, the vehicle then is heading south right there. So we don't know where the car was for a lot of this time, because 905 to 916 to here, it definitely could be done a lot quicker than that. And we don't have any other information. We don't have any more sightings or anything like that to show to know where the vehicle was. So I'm just guessing that it drove up on this road here. It's heading south now. And then the next ping is going to be over here, I believe, at 925. So there's a lot of missing time. So at 916, like I was showing you a second ago, it heads south. And just to show you that part again, since it's right there heading south. And there's the street view look from there. And then at 925, it's at Central Florida Parkway and John Young Parkway. And if we take a look at that, now that's it right there. So it's coming down, and then it's going to turn left and then go north at that location. And I think it even says that, right? It says northbound Central Florida Parkway and John Young Parkway. So that's what it's doing after coming from this direction. It turns and goes north. Here's a street view shot. And at 9:35 hours, which is 9:35 a.m., it's at 2405 Commerce Park Drive, Orlando, Florida. And that is interesting because it stays here from 9:35 to 9:41 at this storage facility here, or a transfer station. You know, it looks like a place where semi-trucks unload and offload different information. It's a distribution center. It says it right there. So it's in this general area for 6 minutes. And then if we read this document here, it says, Detective Jones responded to Holiday Inn Club Vacation located at 9271 South John Young Parkway, Orlando, Florida, 32819. While reviewing the surveillance, Detective Jones observed that at approximately 9:40 a.m. hours, the target vehicle turned onto the above business property from Emissary Avenue, then proceeded to their parking garage. While in the parking garage, a male wearing dark hat and red shirt and tan pants, exited the vehicle and opened the trunk. So he's still wearing the same clothing that he's had on all the previous shots that he's been seen on. The male then walked to the front passenger side of the vehicle, opened the door, and proceeded to carry what appeared to be a limp body to the trunk of the vehicle. And here's the Holiday Inn. And this is the storage facility as just off to the side there. Let me show you what this looks like. So the Holiday Inn is right there. The storage facility area is right here. So it appears he got onto Emissary Avenue right here, drove up here, and got into the Holiday Inn parking lot around 9:40, which matches the time frame of 9:35 to 9:41 over here. So likely there's a camera on this building that filmed him in this area around 9:41, and then makes it into the parking area, goes up under the top floor of the parking area, and puts Madeline in the trunk of his vehicle after removing her from the front passenger seat, and she appeared to be lifeless at that point. So here's the Holiday Inn, and it's really more of a corporate office. And this is 9:44 in the morning, and that's the time it's leaving the Holiday Inn. And it's spotted right here driving, and then it's going to get onto John Young Parkway and head south. And that's what it looks like driving right next to those buildings. This is the Holiday Inn building right there. And then at 9:49, it's at John Young Parkway and Central Florida Parkway. And that's right here, coming through that intersection, heading south. He's heading home now. That's what it looks like. And now at 10:03, it's at John Young Parkway and Town Center Boulevard, still heading south. And that's what it looks like right there from the air, and it's heading south. And there's a street view shot. And then at 10:05, he makes it into an area that Jennifer is at the same moment in time. She's actually at the doctor's office getting blood drawn and has an appointment at 10:15, so is likely just sort of waiting in the lobby at this point. And he's driving down and is at a stoplight. So that's 10:05. And this is what it would look like. She's got her doctor's appointment right here, giving blood, or having blood drawn to do some tests on it. And he's right here at 10:05 to 10:06, likely waiting in the line with all these cars. And that's what it looks like to him. And Jennifer is right over here at her doctor's appointment. And she's still at her doctor's appointment. He makes it home at 10:16. And between 10:16 and 10:44, she's here and he's here. And if you remember, when he got home at 10:16, just a couple minutes later, he called her at 10:18 and started to try to talk to her about, like, hey, she didn't want to go to McDonald's. And then she was probably like, hey, I'm right in the middle of my appointment. Because remember, her appointment was at 10:15. And so she probably said, hey, I got to get back to my appointment here. I'll talk to you later. And then later when she came home and they were both home together, that's when she said, hey, what happened? And then he explained about what happened regarding the McDonald's. Came up with his crazy stories that he always does. All right, so that is the entire morning sequence here. I think it's just interesting to see. It's also, if you listen to Stephan Stern's interview with the police and compare it to this, it's an absolute joke what he's trying to say. It doesn't work whatsoever. And my next video is going to be regarding the movements the rest of the day all the way up until the evening, but a more detailed look just like this, where we actually see the locations and put it all together. Now after that, I might make a video playing the interview with Stephan Stearns again, and then using that and the information that we have after going through this timeline information and comparing it. And I think you'll find that Stephan Stearns is just absolutely filled with a load of crap and isn't even close to being accurate. Now he does try to weave things in, and a couple times things almost barely work, but they just absolutely nail him. So it'll be interesting to do that. I might edit some parts out that are just kind of silent and mundane. But I hope you guys found this video interesting. What was Stephan Stearns doing around the time that the roommate was leaving? Did he wait for her to leave, etc.? Leave a comment in the comment section. Let me know what you think. There's some missing time between like 9:05 and 9:25. There's one sighting at 9:16, so it's 9:05, 9:16, and 9:25. But the distance in there shouldn't take anywhere near that much time to be in those different locations. So there's missing time right in there. What was he doing during that time? And that's just before he makes it up to the Holiday Inn building where he puts Madeline's lifeless body into the trunk of his vehicle and then heads home. Hello, this is Grant Hughes of Grant Hughes Investigates on YouTube. Please hit that like button, share, and subscribe. I'm just going to wing it on this video with very little notes or anything like that. This is just a video that shows where the actual crime scene is in the Madeline Soto case. There have been news articles out there that said the crime scene was 1 to 2 miles away from the road, and I don't know if that was because they were trying to get people to not look in the area where the crime scene actually is, but it's really only yards off of the road that apparently Stephan Stearns' vehicle had a flat tire. So let's take a look at this. There was a helicopter flying around out there that was taking footage of the presence of law enforcement, and it was flying all over the place. But at one point it captured 2 individuals looking inside of some roadside hedges, for lack of a better term. And I have the crime scene photo, which isn't really, it's not graphic whatsoever, but I still blurred out the, you could maybe see some jeans and perhaps the green jacket in various spots underneath the sort of, I guess, grass. It looks like the person intentionally covered her body with grass, okay? So let's just take a look at this right now. And this is the helicopter flying around. And you can see there's the road back there where the law enforcement was parked. And right here is the crime scene tape, that little yellow that you see right there. And let me show you where that is on a map. It's looking just like this. Okay, the crime scene tape is right here. If we go down to Street View, you'll recognize this from other shots that you've seen in the media. And I believe that the body of Madeline Soto was found right in this gap right there. Okay, now this is a year or so ago, and these are somewhat newer and they're a lot thicker now. But as you can see, there's an opening there, and it gets wider as it goes up. So down below, they're a little bit tighter in there. So if you go up in the air, that would be right here. All right, so let's get back to the video and see how they're standing right there. There's the hedges, and they're standing right there. Now you can start seeing there's something blue right in this area right there, and though that is the jeans, or something that looks like jeans, in association with Madeline Soto. So it's actually on this helicopter footage. And you can see right there, even this portion is over here, and then that is right there, exactly the same shape. It's right in that spot, and these 2 guys are looking. See right there again. You can definitely see an item back there, and they're looking back there, and they're wearing masks. They are really observing here. I think there's the light that they set up on the street is right out there. So I think this is the area of the crime scene. I mean, it's always possible that I'm wrong here, but I don't think so. And let's go back a little bit and look at when the image is up there. Now, you see how this looks like almost like bamboo right here, and how there's an opening, and that's the opening that I believe you can see when you go to street view. Let's take a look at that again. Go down right here and zoom in and see how that's kind of like that same bamboo looking material, and you can see through, and this is the grass that you can see on the other side of that image. So if we were just to put that on the screen right here, you can see through, and the street would be forward. That photograph that was taken was on the same side that you see these two officials standing on. So it's going to be right in there. And let's play that. And see how you can see it's an opening that goes through right there. And the photograph was taken basically where this guy in dark is standing. And I'm just playing it in slow motion here. I changed the brightness and contrast so you can see things a little bit better. And you can see right there they both have masks on, so they're obviously not trying to contaminate the area with DNA. And notice how they're looking at the ground for any items, or trying to make sure they don't stand on any footprints, things like that, because they know this is the crime scene area. And now I'm just playing it again without any graphics put on top of it. Here they are again, the two law enforcement officers. And you can even see in that shot right there, the blueness there comes in and out of focus. There's a mound back there that her body was covered with straw, or some of the wild grasses there just piled on top, but not really well, because you could still see her through it. And it's interesting too, because it just seems like they're blocking off the entire area. I saw shots earlier in the video in the helicopter surveillance where ATVs show up, and I don't know if they found this location before or after that. Maybe they're using the ATV just to look around to see if there's any other items, but this really does appear to be where she was found, because it matches that crime scene photograph that the sheriff put out there absolutely perfectly. Same foliage, same opening, same color, same sort of comparison in the image of where different colored objects are. And I think it really is where the crime scene is. And if we were going to go back out to, let's just go up here and measure it. So from the road, and we'll go by it with feet, it is only 60 feet from the road, which is about 20 yards. All right. Now, we also know that Stephan Stearns, when he was seen out here, had a flat tire. And now some people think that he was faking to have a flat tire so that he could put the body somewhere, but to me it almost seems like he really did have a flat tire, and that's why he put her body so close, because he wasn't able to get any further, and he didn't want somebody to stop by and see if he needed some help and have her body sitting in the car. So he moves it and puts it right over here, and perhaps he was going to go back out at another time and move her body, because this is an absolutely ludicrous place to store a body, right here on the side of the road. It doesn't make any sense. So it seems like he really did get a flat tire, and then he moved her body into this hedges right here. Okay, so I think that's it. I thought maybe her body was found in this area, but I also had this spot marked off by saying two people looked in the hedges here, and it wasn't until I got the crime scene photograph that I realized it was this original spot right here. A lot of people think it was over in these woods over here, because there was law enforcement moving around in various areas. But I believe it's right here. This is the crime scene. So this portion here is just going to be the video without me talking. So I hope you found the video interesting. And maybe you could theorize in the comments about the parking, and did he really have a flat tire, or did he fake having a flat tire just so that people wouldn't question a trunk being open, and he just put her body that close anyways. But having a flat tire, you would want to remove a body from your vehicle as fast as possible so that anybody coming by that wants to help, a police officer or a local, they wouldn't see the body in his vehicle. Okay? So I hope you guys found this video interesting and give you a little further context. I think it's accurate, but you never know until the actual information comes out. But if that crime scene photo is accurate, then that is the spot, in my opinion. Okay, thank you all very much for watching. If you could leave a comment in the comment section, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. And if you subscribe to the channel, hit that notification bell and then select all videos. Hello, this is Gray Hughes of Gray Hughes Investigates on YouTube. Please hit that like button right out of the gate. I would really appreciate it. If you can share the video, that'd be awesome. And also, subscribe to the channel if you like my content. The Madeline Soto case has become very divisive in regards to Jennifer Soto. Everybody knows that Stephan Stearns is the killer. To me, this kind of reminds me of the Chris Watts case and how everybody started to go after his girlfriend, thinking that she was involved. Because after Chris Watts was arrested, man, there's nothing really to go after, so let's go after somebody else. Now, in this case, this is Madeline Soto's mother, and she allowed Madeline to sleep with Stephan Stearns up in bedroom number 4 on the night. As a matter of fact, she said, hey, could you guys go sleep up there? And the way she casually talks about it, it seems like it was normal in their household. She didn't feel like, or it didn't seem like, she believed there was something wrong with it. And I believe that Stephan Stearns is the one that manipulated them all to make it seem normal. He groomed Maddie to say certain things, and Jennifer Soto believed it to be normal. So because there's such a huge divide in this case, and so many people hate Jennifer, and there are a lot of people that actually see that a predator is a predator, and that's Stephan Stearns, and they do what they do. They are able to convince the parent, and they are able to convince the child to say certain things by giving them gifts, the whole grooming thing. You have to also ask yourself, how come she never told one friend, one relative, one teacher, one counselor, referring to Madeline? She didn't tell any of them. So isn't it also plausible that Jennifer didn't know as well, even though she's living there? Because Stephan Stearns is just that good at being a predator. Now, one of the things that people talk about a lot is the "we" comment that she made. But when you have these unethical YouTubers out there that never show you the actual reality and the truth of the other side, people go on believing this stuff over and over and over again, and you're being sold a bill of goods by other YouTubers. Now, the thing is, it's possible at some point we'll have other evidence that points to more involvement of Jennifer Soto. I haven't seen it yet. Some of the things people are pointing at are really not essential elements of the case. Now, we're going to go over right now the we versus he information. She said we multiple times, and then, he's the one that took her to school. And the thing is, whenever you watch these YouTube channels, they don't give you the other side. And to me, there is nothing here related to the we. We is sometimes used when you're trying to make it seem like, your family unit, somebody in your family unit was the one that did it. It could also be that Stephan Stearns kind of wanted the we used in here. Okay, so let's just kind of look at it from that point of view. All right, so let's take a look at this video right now, and I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about.
We dropped her off at school, close to school. I wasn't the one who took her to school in the morning. That was my partner.
Hey, you hear that? Right after she said we dropped her off at school, he said I wasn't the one that took her to school. It was my partner. So immediately she's saying what the reality is. The we might be something that they normally do, like I mentioned earlier, or maybe it is something that, she's trying to help Stephan Stearns out a little bit by saying like it's we, like I had him do it. I should have been the parent that got up to take her to school. So, we took her to school, but then she does tell the reality of it each time.
But yeah.
Monday morning, we took her to school. We dropped her off close to school.
Oh my God, look at that. She's saying we again.
Across the street from a church, which is it's right next to the school. And walked to school, what we thought walked to school. My boyfriend who drove her to school drove away at that point.
So my boyfriend who drove her to school walked away at that point. So she said we before. She's not covering up anything. She says that he drove her to school. And here they are in the body camera footage. These are at about 7:35 at night on the 26th, the day Madeline went missing.
So my daughter was dropped off close to school this morning, but never made it. I went to pick her up from school. Possibly, I don't know. She got dropped off. She was like, so she's embarrassed by his car. So she didn't want to be dropped off at school. She wanted to be dropped off like half a block away so she can walk.
It's an image thing. She's in the face.
But he dropped her off half a block away and drove away.
So see right there. She even says it again, even in the original interview. So law enforcement's known the entire time that Stephan Stearns is the one that dropped off Madeline near the school, or was in charge of taking her to school that morning. So let's listen to this part again.
So my daughter was dropped off close
So even right there, when my daughter was dropped off, she doesn't say when I dropped off my daughter.
to school this morning, but never made it. I went to pick her up from school. Possibly, I don't know. She got dropped off. She was like, so she's embarrassed by his car. So she didn't want to be dropped off at school. She wanted to be dropped off like half a block away so she can walk.
It's an image thing. She's in the face.
But he dropped her off half a block away and drove away.
Okay. Did she ever go to school though?
No, we called school.
She was walking in that direction. She was rifling through her.
I found this part interesting regardless. It's not really connected to that, but and listen to how they ask if did she ever go to school, and Stephan Stearns doesn't answer the question. He wants to give them more explanation of how he dropped her off. You know, get that into your mind, police. I dropped her off. I really did, and I'm going to give you some really specific answers about that. And what's interesting is Jennifer at the end says, "Can you ask that question again?" Because he didn't answer the question. She even realized that right then. But instead of answering, he wanted to further build on his case of how he dropped her off and all these specific things he remembers, even kind of imitating how she walked, etc., to try to sell that narrative that he really did drop her off. But we all know from the evidence in this case that he, at some point, put Madeline's body into the vehicle, and her body is seen at 7:50 in one of the apartment complex's cameras driving out of the complex, and her body is propped up. She is not alive or is unconscious at the time. Then comes back at 8:19, her body's still visible, and then he goes inside the house, and then at 8:31 he drives away for the final time when her body is seen on camera. He leaves the complex at 8:31, and some of the timing of things match up where, you know, they say 8:30 to 8:45 she was dropped off, so that sort of matches that timing of him leaving. So her being propped up was purely done for a visual alibi for himself to try to prove that he really did take her to school. He just claims that she was sleeping. But man, I thought this was really interesting right here.
Drove away.
Okay. Did she ever go to school though?
No, we called school.
She was walking in that direction. She was rifling through her backpack, just looking for something. I thought maybe she was just looking for headphones before she got her walking.
Did she ever go to school? Well, I dropped her out. I mean, it has nothing to do with that. She knows the answer, and he knows the answer, but he's not telling that part of the story.
Yeah.
But she was just kind of, you know, shambling over in that direction.
I mean, that's how she walked, kind of like a zombie right there. I mean, that's pretty weird there, Stephan Stearns, and we know that you're just trying to fill it in.
Looked the same as any other morning.
Okay.
What was the last thing you asked?
Yeah, so what was the last thing you asked? Did she ever make it to school? So she kept that in her mind, and Stephan Stearns never answered it. You could see that she was kind of like, how come you're not really answering the question?
If she ever went to school, I think that's what it was.
When was the last time you seen her? Do you know around what time?
Around 8:30, 8:40 when we dropped her off.
How tall is she?
So you see right there, he tries to say when we dropped her off, okay? So let me play this all for you again here without me interrupting, and you'll see that there's no there in terms of Jen and the we versus he. Okay, here we go.
We dropped her off at school, close to school. I wasn't the one who took her to school in the morning. That was my partner. But yeah. Monday morning, we took her to school. We dropped her off close to school, across the street from a church, which is it's right next to the school, and walked to school, what we thought walked to school. My boyfriend who drove her to school drove away at that point.
So my daughter was dropped off close to school this morning, but never made it. I went to pick her up from school. Possibly, I don't know. She got dropped off. She was like, so she's embarrassed by his car. So she didn't want to be dropped off at school. She wanted to be dropped off like half a block away so she can walk.
It's an image thing. She's in the face.
But he dropped her off half a block away and drove away.
Okay. Did she ever go to school though?
No, we called school.
She was walking in that direction. She was rifling through her backpack, just looking for something. I thought maybe she was just looking for headphones before she got her walking on.
Yeah.
But she was just kind of, shambling over in that direction. It looked the same as any other morning.
Okay.
What was the last thing you asked?
If she had went to school, I think that's what it was.
When was the last time you seen her? Do you know around what time?
Around 8:30, 8:40 when we dropped her off.
How tall is she?
Yeah, so I wouldn't be surprised at all if Stephan Stearns is the one that sort of plants the seed of the we, but Jennifer said he dropped her off every single time in every statement that I've ever seen her make. And this is part of a sworn statement here. So it says 2/26/2024 at approximately 8 a.m. hours, she saw Maddie getting ready for school. Now we know that that information right there is not accurate and could be a possible lie told intentionally. We don't know. And also this is it's a sworn statement, but that's not what we're reading here. We're reading the interpretation of the sworn statement. So you'd have to see how it was actually written to know if she really said it just like that. She saw Maddie getting ready for school. And it says, Jennifer stated Stephan Stearns took her to school. So right off the bat, law enforcement's known this. That's all that really matters. Then she did a couple interviews and she said we, but then switched it to he also. So this whole notion regarding that is completely bogus. And unfortunately, you're still being sold that bill of goods by some media outlets and YouTubers out there. Jennifer stated Stephan Stearns took her to school and dropped her off close to the school. Jennifer said Stephan dropped Maddie off on Town Loop Boulevard between Town Center Boulevard and Hunters Park Lane. Jennifer said Stephan dropped her off between 8:30 hours and 8:45. Now that timing right there actually works in terms of if Stephan Stearns was last seen at 8:31 leaving the complex, then it only takes like 10 minutes or so to get to the school, so that would make it 8:41, and that would be right between 8:30 and 8:45. Now, I don't know if that's what, Stephan Stearns worked this out in his mind and told her that, but this is the interview very early on, so it does seem like Stephan Stearns was aware of what he was doing. I wonder what the original real reason was that he drove back, because that part still never makes any sense. It could be that he wanted to get her body out of the complex as early as possible and spent some of the time driving around, then goes back to the apartment for a little bit and then leaves at a time that's more reasonable and wants to be seen on camera at that time as well. And then, so the McDonald's thing was actually part of Stephan Stearns' ruse, because if you remember, when he got back from dropping, Maddie's body off or I guess you call it dumping her body near the bamboo trees off of Hickory Tree Road. And if you remember, Stephan Stearns returned home, I believe at around 10:16, and then at 10:18, he called Jen, who likely was at her doctor's appointment or even in the appointment at the time, and told her something about them wanting to go to McDonald's, and she didn't go, and then she said what happened, and then later he explained to her that she just didn't want to go to McDonald's, etc. So that was part of his ruse the entire time. So I think he just wanted to get her away from the complex, and he propped her up and be seen on camera. Oh yeah, I was going to take her to McDonald's first and went home. And then he had to go get his key fob, and then he drove back out there. But what was interesting is he brought up the key fob when the police questioned him on why he turned back around. Now, I have a whole bunch of other information that I'm putting together that just kind of show you this sort of web of information, and I think it's pretty interesting. Now, there's one more screenshot regarding this. Jennifer then stated Maddie had a makeshift room in the living room that had a television, a desk, a dresser, and a bed. Now, one of the things that people seem to be missing out there is this wasn't a room that you would actually sleep in, even though there's a bed there. Maddie only used this room to hang out and would never sleep there. I asked Jennifer if she visually observed Maddie in the morning of February 26, 2024, to which she stated no. I asked if she had heard her, and she stated she heard people in the kitchen, but was not sure if it was her specifically. Jennifer then stated the last time she had physically seen Maddie was on February 25th, 2024 at 2300, which is 11 p.m., when she had sent her to bed. And we know that she was sent to bed with Stephan Stearns. Now, see right there, she's admitting, even though she isn't saying the words, but factually stating that she's not the one that drove her to school, because the last time she saw Maddie was at 11 p.m. the night before she went missing. So I hope that absolutely explains that question that people have. The we and he thing is absolutely irrelevant. She says we, but then says he's the one that dropped off Maddie every single time. All right, now look at this. At 8:19 hours, the Lincoln sedan appears at the front gate where the driver, Stearns, interacted with a security guard before being allowed to enter the gate at the front of the complex. I wonder what that security guard actually said. I heard he said something. People are claiming that he said something about, is she okay? Additional video collected from near the rental office, which captured the roundabout, showed the female believed to be Maddie in the same position as the previous video at 7:36. And then at 8:31 hours, the silver Lincoln exited the back gate. The video captured the female still in the same position as the other videos, still in the front passenger seat. This is 8:31. So at 8:19, he went through the main entrance, as we know, and that's the roundabout. And it's interesting right here, looking at this. I didn't realize this until just now, but they actually see her in the vehicle at 7:36 in the vehicle. As it says right here, believed to be Maddie in the same position as the previous video at 7:36. So we always knew that around 7:36, 7:35 is when he was putting items into the dumpster, which turns out to be a white plastic bag with a backpack inside and one Croc shoe, the same Croc shoe that they mention in the body camera footage when being interviewed. And when I say they, Stephan Stearns mentions the Crocs. But, I mean, it's interesting because also inside the backpack is the laptop, and that was missing, and he mentions how, and he claims he sees her looking through her backpack, and, we know that's just absolutely not true. But it's interesting now that we know that at 7:36, they see her also propped up in the vehicle, and then we know at 7:50, the vehicle leaves the complex, and we know at 8:31 hours, the silver Lincoln exits the back gate. The video captures the female still in the same position. So that's 8:31. Now at 8:19, that is when he goes back into the residence. Now this is one of Stearns' statements right here. I asked Stephan to explain to me what he did when he returned to get his key fob, and that's the 8:19 time frame there. Stephan stated he parked, ran inside to grab the key fob, got back in his vehicle, and left the complex for his morning mission. Stephan stated he dropped Maddie off at 8:40 hours, so he also is admitting that he's the one that dropped her off in this interview here. He drove directly to the smoke shop and waited approximately 5 or 10 minutes for them to open. So the thing is, Stephan Stearns, he's saying he went to the smoke shop, but we know that he was kind of driving around up north in those areas up there and eventually made his way up to the top floor of a hotel and put what appears to be Maddie's lifeless body into the trunk of his vehicle by opening up the trunk, taking her body out of the passenger front seat, and putting her into the trunk. Now, if you notice, though, Stearns does not mention the dog leash. Right? Now, here's Jennifer's statement. I asked Jennifer what time she had woken up on February 26, 2024, to which she stated she believes sometime between 8 o'clock and 8:15 hours because Stephan had gone into the room to put the leash on the dog. So here's 8 to 8:15. It's 8:19 when he actually makes his way back. This is just her estimate in her head, so that's pretty close. And she says he comes into the room to help out with the leash. Jennifer got up to assist Stephan with placing the leash on the dog because she did not want him to pee on the bed. So the dog must have been sleeping on the bed, then took the dog off the bed, and then she helped put the leash on. And then he goes outside. She must have got back into bed, I guess. Jennifer heard people in the kitchen, and as far as she knew, Maddie had gone downstairs to get ready for school. So perhaps this is when she says she saw her getting ready at 8. She didn't really see her getting ready at 8, and she was honest about that from the beginning by saying the last time she saw her was at 11 o'clock at night. In this statement here, saying she saw her getting ready at 8, if that is truly what she said, is not a true statement. Jennifer completed a sworn statement to Orange County deputies to the following. Jennifer stated, on 2/26/2024, at approximately 8 a.m. hours, she saw Maddie getting ready for school. Jennifer stated Stephan Stearns took her to school and dropped her off close to the school. Jennifer said Stephan dropped Maddie off on Town Loop Boulevard between Town Center Boulevard and Hunters Park Lane. Jennifer said Stephan dropped her off between 8:30 hours and 8:45 hours. And again, in that statement right there, she's telling law enforcement on February 26th that Stephan Stearns is the one that dropped Maddie off that morning, she believed, at school. Okay? The only thing that I have found so far in this case is that whole 8 a.m. sighting. I've said this since the beginning. That thing, it's definitely not true. We haven't seen the original sworn statement and how it was written. She could have said, "Yeah, I thought she was in the kitchen, getting ready," something like that, and he took that as her seeing her getting ready. So it could have been, "Yeah, I thought she was in the kitchen getting ready for school. I heard some sound," or maybe didn't even word. She heard some sounds. She could have just said, "I thought she was in the kitchen getting ready for school," and then the person interpreting this turned it into "I saw." However, if she did say she saw Maddie getting ready for school, and she said it specifically like that, then that is a lie. That is not a truth. Is that a lie to sort of help Stephan Stearns out, who's feeling like they're piling on everything on him at the time? Because, by God, he was the one that helped. You're the one that slept in. You're the one that wanted me to take her to school. Can you help me out a little bit? And he, like Stephan Stearns does, sold her on saying something like that. I guess we'll find that out at some point in the future. So currently, in this case, I don't see anything that points directly to Jennifer being involved in the killing of Madeline Soto. I don't see any information that points to her having any knowledge that Stephan Stearns was assaulting Madeline over the years. Just like all of her friends, counselors, teachers, and family members, none of them knew either. Just like a classic predator, Stephan Stearns manipulated them all. Hello, this is Grant Hughes of Grant Hughes Investigates on YouTube. Please hit that like button, share, and subscribe. Make sure to hit that notification bell and all videos. And if you've already subscribed but you didn't hit the notification bell and all videos, make sure you do that. This video today is a montage of various comments made by Stephan Stearns and Jennifer Soto, the mother of Madeline Soto, who was found murdered, apparently. They're doing a homicide investigation. It could turn out there was some other reason that she passed away, but for now they're viewing it as a homicide. And what we'll do is play it without interruption, and then I'll go over it after that again, and I'll give you my comments on it, and then you can comment in the comment section of the video and let me know what you think. I'm sure there's multiple other instances out there where there's contradictory information. These are just the ones that I found and put together for this video. All right, so let's take a look at this video right now.
Monday morning, we took her to school. We dropped her off close to school, across the street from a church, which is it's right next to the school.
We dropped her off at school, close to school. She wanted to walk the rest of the way.
I dropped her off. Everything looked fine when I drove away. It's the last time we saw her.
Our detectives have determined that Madeline was never dropped off on the morning of February 26th near her school. Instead, we believe she was already dead at the time and that Stephan Stearns moved her body in the early morning hours on that day. It's our belief that she was killed in Kissimmee and that he moved her body. And so that's why the Kissimmee Police Department is the lead investigators now.
She did accidentally leave her phone on Monday, which is kind of normal for her. She's got ADHD and very forgetful. So she left her phone at home, so there's no way to trace her. They tried tracing her school laptop, but that's off, so it's not pinging to anything.
From time to time, she will leave her cell phone at home accidentally, and that's actually what happened yesterday. She left her phone at home. She went to school. But that happens from time to time. She's got ADHD, her memory, she's very forgetful. So yeah, there's no way to track her right now because the detectives now have her phone.
We have video evidence that shows Stephan Stearns discarding items in a dumpster in that apartment complex in Kissimmee at 7:35 on Monday, February 26th.
Are you, in a sense, blaming yourself?
It's hard not to.
Detectives later recovered Madeline's backpack and her school-issued laptop from that dumpster.
She hasn't been active on social media, none of her chats, none of her games. We did contact all her friends. None of them had seen her Monday or heard from her. Yeah, there's no update. It was seen on video footage that she hung out in the parking lot of the church for a few minutes and then got up and walked towards the school.
Yeah, she was spotted walking by the church, by the middle school on the cameras. They saw her hang out in the parking lot for a little bit and then get up and leave.
But she never made it that walk and that was around 9 a.m. when she got up. She never made it to school after that.
At 8:19, we have evidence that shows Stephan Stearns returning to the complex and Madeline was visible in that vehicle.
Not much. She was asleep for most of the way. Told her have a good day at school when she got out. I love her. She said thanks, love you too.
We believe she was already dead at that time.
I dropped her off early. I could have waited longer. She looked okay. She was walking towards the school when I saw her. It was like any other day, so I went on with my day.
We have video evidence that leads us to believe that she's already dead.
But she actually went missing early that morning, around between 8:45 and 9 o'clock in the morning. She went missing.
If anything, on Sunday, she celebrated her 13th birthday with my entire family, and she had the best day. She was so happy. She showed us all her gifts. She's just a happy girl, and she showed it on Sunday night when she went to bed. She was so happy. So, she had the best day. I just, there was no There was no moment in that evening from when she got home from the party that she had her phone or had the laptop. She went straight to getting ready and went to bed. So I know she didn't have any conversations with anyone. She didn't make plans with anyone. I didn't see any of that.
What was the last thing, I guess, the conversation that you two had, you and your daughter?
We spoke about her birthday party. She had a birthday party on Sunday. She had a great time. I couldn't make it because I was working. But she had an amazing time. She was so happy with all her gifts. I told her good night, and yeah, that was it. I wasn't the one who took her to school in the morning. That was my partner.
In a newly released document, it states that the narrative told by Jen Soto was that on February 26, 2023, at approximately 8 a.m., Jennifer observed missing Madeline Soto getting dressed for school.
I'm staying at home, staying by the phone, hoping she just appears.
I don't know if she would know how to get home. Maybe, I mean, I'm thinking if someone got in the car with her and if she pointed the way, what roads, she probably could figure out how to get, but like, does she know her full address? I don't think she does.
I'm scared for her. I want her to be okay, and I want her to be safe. I don't want her to come back harmed. I just want her back, whatever that means. Please, 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 if you have any information, contact me, contact law enforcement. Any information helps. Maddie, if you see this, please come home. Please be safe. I love you very much. If you have my Maddie, please just let her come home. We just want her home.
In my heart, I feel like somebody took her. This isn't like her to just pick up and run away, or just not go to school. I don't know what to think.
This is not normal behavior. She's not the type that would just run off. We don't know where she can be, and we're scared. We just want her home.
WFTV-9 reported that investigators determined that Soto had sent text messages or made social media posts indicating that she wanted to go live in the woods upon her 13th birthday, which was Thursday, February 22nd.
Have you been in touch with Madeline's family? How are they taking this?
Yeah, so obviously detectives have spoken to her mother, and as you can imagine, the reaction that any parent would have. So we're talking to the mother and all this. There's, to my knowledge, she's not a suspect in this case right now.
A living nightmare. It's a living nightmare.
What's on your cell phone? Why aren't you talking to investigators? Where was Maddie last seen? Why aren't you helping her mother and her family? This is a little girl. Help them find Maddie. Where is Maddie? Where is she? What did you do with her?
They started off like any other. And I just want to wake up. You just get hit with waves of the reality, just it's setting in.
Monday morning, we took her to school. We dropped her off close to school, across the street from a church, which is it's right next to the school.
We dropped her off at school, close to school. She wanted to walk the rest of the way.
I dropped her off. Everything looked fine when I drove away. It's the last time we saw her.
Yeah, so it very well could be that there was a script made. Obviously, this isn't true what happened here, but Jennifer Soto is repeating it, and when she repeats it, it's almost identical each time. Dropped her off at the church, close to school. You want to make sure everybody knows it's close to school, so it wasn't really far away, but it is kind of far away. It's a quarter mile away from the school, so it's very, very strange. I mean, people don't generally drop their kid off that far away from school when you could have just turned right or left, depending on what direction they were coming in, and just go and drop her off at the school itself. Doesn't really make a lot of sense. And so in instance, you might believe that, something horrible did happen and Stephan Stearns is responsible, but he's told this story to the mother, Jennifer.
Our detectives have determined that Madeline was never dropped off on the morning of February 26th near her school. Instead, we believe she was already dead at the time and that Stephan Stearns moved her body in the early morning hours on that day. It's our belief that she was killed in Kissimmee and that he moved her body. And so that's why the Kissimmee Police Department is the lead investigators now.
She did accidentally leave her phone on Monday, which is kind of normal for her. She's got ADHD and very forgetful. So she left her phone at home, so there's no way to trace her. They tried tracing her school laptop, but that's off, so it's not pinging to anything.
From time to time, she will leave her cell phone at home accidentally, and that's actually what happened yesterday. She left.
Yeah, and so in these clips, it seems like she's trying to fill in the narrative about the laptop and the cell phone, but apparently she had the cell phone. She said she had it in her possession, but then the police have it now, and later on in this interview. And then the laptop, we know, was thrown in the garbage by Stephan Stearns. So this portion here, is this also filled in by Stephan Stearns, or is this just what she believes at this time? Because he probably claimed, I don't know where her laptop is, and they haven't been able to ping it yet. Perhaps at this point of the interview, this is, I believe, just 24 hours later, they hadn't found the laptop or the backpack in the dumpster yet.
Left her phone at home. She went to school. But that happens from time to time. She's got ADHD, her memory. She's very forgetful. So yeah, there's no way to track her right now because the detectives now have her phone.
We have video evidence that shows Stephan Stearns discarding items in a dumpster in that apartment complex in Kissimmee at 7:35 on Monday, February 26th.
Are you, in a sense, blaming yourself?
It's hard not to.
Detectives later recovered Madeline's backpack and her school-issued laptop from that dumpster.
She hasn't been active on social media, none of her chats, none of her games. We did contact all her friends. None of them had seen her Monday or heard.
Yeah, so it makes sense. I mean, they have the cell phone and the laptop is in a dumpster. So, of course, she wouldn't be using social media or communicating with anybody at this time. So, again, in her defense, she might just be going with what is known to her at this time, but we know in the background right there, Stephan Stearns knows exactly why she hasn't been using social media. The phone wasn't accidentally left at home like they all claim, and it was intentionally left there by Stephan Stearns because he knew what he was going to be doing here. One of the elements that is a little strange is that she claims that at 8 in the morning she saw Madeline getting ready to go to school. But at 8:19, Stearns is already bringing her back, not alive, to the apartment complex. Like she's already dead in the vehicle. And earlier, remember, he had thrown away the laptop and the backpack. So she's likely not even alive at that time. And I believe that was sometime around, I have this chart right here. It says 7:35, Stephan is seen throwing backpack and school-issued laptop in the dumpster or on surveillance camera. So that means that at 7:35, she was likely dead already. So why is she saying she's getting ready for school? I mean, I guess you could argue that Stephan Stearns went out into the to the dumpster and threw these items away prior to her going to school because he already knew he was going to do this. So that would make it even more premeditated. It wasn't something that just happened. So perhaps she really was still getting ready at 8, and he took her to school, seemingly, and then killed her and then he comes back to the apartment complex. And I guess we don't really know if it's their apartment complex or some adjacent apartment complex where he dumped these items.
Yeah, there's no update. It was seen on video footage that she hung out in the parking lot of the church for a few minutes and then got up and walked towards the school.
Yeah, she was spotted walking by the church, by the middle school, on the cameras. They saw her hang out in the parking lot for a little bit and then get up and leave.
But she never made it that walk from, and that was around 9 a.m. when she got up. She never made it to school.
When she says just got up at 9, does that mean she got out of the car, got up at 9? I mean, that sounds like she woke up at 9, but that doesn't really make sense because school starts apparently at 9:30 in the area. So that just might be a mistake in how she worded it.
School after that.
At 8:19, we have evidence that shows Stephan Stearns returning to the complex, and Madeline was visible in that vehicle.
Not much. She was asleep for most of the way. Told her have a good day at school when she got out, and I love her. She said thanks, love you too.
Yeah, what a sick bastard.
Believe she was already dead at that time.
I dropped her off early. I could have waited longer. She looked okay. She was walking towards the school when I saw her. It was like any other day, so I went on with my day.
We have video evidence that leads us to believe that she's already dead.
But she actually went missing early that morning, around between 8:45 and 9 o'clock in the morning. She went.
So that's somewhat consistent with their earlier comment saying 9, but 8:45 and 9 isn't early in the morning. It's just regular morning, 8:45, 9. Early, I would think, would be 5, 6, maybe even 7.
Went missing.
If anything, on Sunday, she celebrated her 13th birthday with my entire family, and she had the best day. She was so happy. She showed us all her gifts.
And see, right there, she showed us all her gifts, meaning that even implies she wasn't at the party because she would have seen the gifts as they were given to her. So it's true that she wasn't at the party.
She's just a happy girl, and she showed it on Sunday night when she went to bed. She was so happy. So, she had the best day. I just, there was no moment in that evening from when she got home from the party that she had her phone or had the laptop. She went straight to getting ready and went to bed. So I know she didn't have any conversations with anyone. She didn't make plans with anyone. I didn't see any of that.
What was the last thing, I guess, the conversation that you two had, you and your daughter?
She looks a little startled by that question because now she has to think of, okay.
We spoke about her birthday party. She had a birthday party on Sunday.
Okay, so that's consistent with the last comment she made in the other interview.
She had a great time. I couldn't make it because I was working. But
and right there she explains she couldn't make it because she was working.
She had an amazing time. She was so happy with all her gifts. I told her good night, and yeah, that was it. I wasn't the one who took her to school in the morning. That was my partner.
In a newly released document, it states that the narrative told by Jen Soto was that on February 26, 2023, at approximately 8 a.m., Jennifer observed missing Madeline Soto getting dressed for school.
I'm staying at home, staying by the phone, hoping she just appears.
I mean, that last part, 8 in the morning, getting dressed for school, it just seems like, where was this information in those interviews that she had on television? It seems like that would have been something she would have said. So now it seems very likely that she did see her daughter in the morning, but that 8 o'clock time frame doesn't seem very accurate, although it could be, given the information that we've seen so far. Stephan Stearns could have just been getting rid of the backpack and the laptop prior to killing her, although it seems more likely she's already in the vehicle at that time and they're driving away. So wouldn't her mom have been suspicious, seeing her daughter being driven away, hell, even at 8 in the morning. I mean, if class starts at 9:30, why would you go to school at 8 in the morning? Because at 8:19, he's already showing back up with her body lifeless in the vehicle. So she wouldn't need to go to school at 8 in the morning. I mean, it's really bizarre. So that should have been something that she noticed right away. If indeed she saw her daughter getting dressed at 8 in the morning, that means almost immediately after that, she would have left.
I don't know if she would know how to get home. Maybe, I mean, if someone... I'm thinking if someone got...
Yeah, so look at this part right here. Hold on.
I'm hoping she just appears.
Yeah, I mean, you must be really hoping that she appears at your home when in this interview she says her daughter wouldn't even know how to get home. She doesn't know her address. But maybe if somebody pointed out in directions in a vehicle, she might be able to find her way back.
I don't know if she would know how to get home. Maybe, I mean, if someone... I'm thinking if someone got in the car with her and if she pointed the way, what roads, she probably could figure out how to get. But like, does she know her full address? I don't think she does.
Okay, so for all of you parents out there, make sure your children have your address memorized. And as a matter of fact, I think most of you probably have done that already.
I'm scared for her. I want her to be okay, and I want her to be safe. I don't want her to come back harmed. I just want her back, whatever that means. Please, 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 if you have any information, contact me, contact law enforcement. Any information helps. Maddie, if you see this, please come home. Please be safe. I love you very much. If you have my Maddie, please just let her come home. We just want her home.
In my heart, I feel like somebody took her. This isn't like her to just pick up and run away, or just not go to school. I don't know what to think.
This is not normal behavior. She's not the type that would just run off.
What I noticed was how similarly they phrase things and how Jennifer phrases things almost identically in each interview, as if it was something they had to work on together. Okay, you dropped her off at the church right next to the school, and then she walked away, and then she just disappeared. I mean, it's almost exactly the same. And I would understand it from Jennifer's point of view if it's a story told by Stephan to her, because she has to remember a story. If it's Stephan over here, he was the one there, but he also has to remember a story too, because the truth is that he was dumping the laptop and backpack into a dumpster and her lifeless body was in his car. So he had to invent a story as well that Jennifer would also have to repeat. What did Jennifer actually know about her death prior? I guess that's something we don't know at this point.
We don't know where she can be, and we're scared. We just want her home.
WFTV9 reported that investigators determined that Soto had sent text messages or made social media posts indicating that she wanted to go live in the woods upon her 13th birthday, which was Thursday, February 22nd.
When you get in touch with Madeline's family, how are they taking this?
Yeah, so obviously detectives have spoken to her mother, and as you can imagine, the reaction that any parent would have. So
they seem to say that Jennifer reacted normally, like probably absolutely devastated when she heard the news.
We're talking to the mother and all this. There's, to my knowledge, she's not a suspect in this case.
And at that time of this press conference, this is after they believed that Madeline was dead. They still don't consider a suspect. Now, maybe there's some more information that's come on since then. I mean, we know that they're a little bit confused at the changing stories, etc.
Right now.
A living nightmare. It's a living nightmare.
What's on your cell phone? Why aren't you talking to investigators? Where was Maddie last seen? Why aren't you helping her mother and her family? This is a little girl. Help them find Maddie. Where is Maddie? Where is she? What did you do with her?
Day started off like any other. And I just want to wake up and just get hit with waves of the reality. Just it's sad.
So there you have it, everybody. If you could leave a comment in the comment section and let me know what you think about the possible knowledge of Jennifer Soto in what happened, just the contradictions in information out there. I think it is very interesting, but it could just be that she's repeating a story told by her, I guess now boyfriend again, that's how they refer to each other, and sometimes even the stepfather of Madeline Soto. Maybe she trusts him and believed the story. And she may have some sort of deficit too mentally. We don't know. I mean, I've heard information out there that she does have some issues, and perhaps that is creating the problem. But the longer this kind of goes on, it sort of puts more weight into her actually having some sort of knowledge. But we can't rule out that she's just repeating a story told by Stephan, and that's what gets her in trouble, because it isn't her real memory. It's something she has to remember to say and then gets thrown off. Now, the sighting at 8 in the morning of her daughter getting ready is concerning because she doesn't say that in any of the two interviews. Leave a comment in the comment section. That would be great. Tonight I'm going to go over some information about where she was actually found, and I think I know exactly where she was found, and we'll use some photographic evidence. I was able to locate the photograph that the sheriff took out there, but I'll just blur it out. It's really not a graphic photograph whatsoever, but I'll just blur it out so you can't see it, but we'll be able to determine exactly where she was found, and it's also interesting regarding the flat tire. All right, so thank you all very much for watching. Hit that like button. Hello, this is Gray Hughes of Gray Hughes Investigates on YouTube. In last night's show on March 1st, 2024, we had a call-in show regarding the Madeline Soto murder case, which involves Stephan Michael Stearns, who is the boyfriend of Madeline's mother. Now, during the show, we had live call-ins, and one of Stephan's ex-roommates and ex-friends called and described Stephan in some interesting details and different events that happened when he knew him. All right, so if you guys could hit that like button, I would really appreciate it. And also, during the video, if you think of anything, put your comment in the comment section. And if you like my content, consider subscribing to my channel, and if you do so, hit the subscribe button, then the notification bell, and all videos. And without further ado, as my mom would say, here is that call.
Yeah, I was that kid's best friend for like a decade. Yeah, so we had a falling out like 12 years ago, but he still floats in the same circles because he moved up and down the state, apparently, like doing real estate with his mom and dad. But he started working for Disney, and I know he's still working there in like September. But I don't think he's working there anymore because Disney made a statement or something about it. He was actually in the T-Rex area at Epcot, I think. I think that's where he worked. I don't know if, like, he's not working. I mean, he could have quit after September, but I know in September he's still working there. Because he had pictures on his Instagram. Because people always send me crap about him because we were best friends for so long, and then we had a falling out because he drew a gun on me over a disagreement. So I just cut ties with him completely. But some of the stuff that kid did growing up was so crazy. So a year after we stopped being friends, one of our mutual friends was going through hard times and needed a cheap place to live. So he moved in with him. And this kid's like an IT wizard. So essentially what happened is a year after that, they had a falling out. And I convinced my buddy to tell me what happened. And apparently what had happened was he had been cleaning up the network and found a shared folder between their computers where Stephan had been secretly hiding a camera in his room and recording his girlfriend coming in and out of the shower.
Oh, jeez.
And from what I understand, there was kid stuff on there as well. And like I said, my buddy was going through a really hard time, like literally broke. And from what I understand, Stephan's mom paid off my buddy to not talk about it.
And so he was cleaning up the network and found images that this Stephan guy's kind of a moron, isn't he? I mean, he does.
It's something like all of us are friends. So like a lot of us old friends from high school, they've all been blowing me up for like the last 2 days about all this. And that's kind of the agreement we've all come to too. We're like, wow, he was actually really, really dumb. Like all of this is so stupid. Like it's kind of crazy because he was kind of a smart kid, but he had social issues a little bit. But I mean, he partied. I threw parties all the time, and he always came out and partied. I mean, me and him were basically attached at the hip. We lived together. We lived in the same room for like 5 years. That's why all this is so crazy to see all this going down, and just like the amount of people that are flooding me constantly about it. But his mom his dad is pretty normal. It always seemed like his dad didn't like the rest of the family, and his brother seemed to distance himself from I knew this kid. We were attached at the hip for a better part of a decade, and I never once saw his brother. I think his brother was military or something like that.
Well, what can you tell us about, like, so how long do you know this guy for?
I moved here from Japan when I was like 17, so probably until I was 27. We lived together for probably 6-7 of those years.
Wow. So like, what can you tell? Like, remembering back, what do you know about him? I mean, just how was he like when you go to bars and the girls and whatever,
Yeah, all that was like, there's one time recently, and that's because she actually messaged me today. She's married with kids now and everything like that, but there was one girl who messaged me, and we didn't let him bring her to parties. He had to be 20, probably 20 at the time, and he was dating a girl who was 17. And we were like, no, sorry, she's not allowed. So none of us really interacted with her, so I don't really know too much about that, but we do know he was dating a young girl.
And what did she look
like?
None of us. Was she really
She was
young?
Asian.
Oh, she was Asian and really small then?
Yeah, she was tiny and Asian, yeah.
Okay.
She was literally tiny and Asian. 4'11" maybe.
Well, my wife's she's a really small. She's only like 4 foot.
Yeah.
5 or 7.
And this girl was too. She was super tiny. And so we thought that was a little weird, but this girl had messaged me earlier today, and she made a comment about that same thing that I'm saying now. And we were all told she was 17. She told me today on Instagram that she was 14 at the time. So that dramatically changes all of that.
Oh, wow. So the same girl that he told you was 17 was only 14?
Yeah, because she mentioned that today in the Instagram.
Wow, that's insane. So what was this part about a gun up above? I think I missed that. I was trying to take care of some business.
So we were living together, I don't know, probably a couple years into, this was at the end of our relationship. So we had a disagreement because there was a lot of issues wrong with the house we were renting through his dad. And I didn't want to pay rent because, like, a whole bunch of these issues, AC, garage, all these things hadn't been fixed, and my car was pinned in the garage. And this went on for, like, months. So finally I refused to pay rent. I was like, look, you got to fix these issues. I'm like, this can't go on any longer. I'm not paying rent until you fix these issues. And his son flipped out on me because I guess his dad was giving him a hard time trying to get Stephan to give the money to pay the rent. And I was just like, no, not until you fix these problems. And Stephan flipped out the house, threw a temper tantrum. And I mean a legit, like, 3-year-old temper tantrum, laying on the ground, a grown man pounding and kicking his feet into the ground and screaming and yelling. And he does all this, proceeds to run into the room, grab his gun, and draw a gun on me.
Wow.
We get into a scuffle after that. I leave. I never come back. My dad gives me money because I'm broke. I'm broke, 20-year-old at the time, like bouncing between jobs. And he gives me the money to break the lease because I told him what happened. He's like, you need to get out of there. So he gives me the money, break the lease with everything, and I left. So that was the last I talked to the kid personally.
Wow.
But then a year after that, our mutual buddy moved in, and that's when all the camera stuff and all that went down.
But, like, you moved back in with him somehow again after that? Or even
No. After the gut thing, I never talked to the kid again.
Okay.
We just float in the same circles. So, like, every time he hangs out with someone I know or messages someone I know, I get all these messages on Facebook or Instagram from, whoever it is.
And so how long ago was this server moment where he was at work and...
Oh, this wasn't at work. This was at the house. My buddy was just, like, going... So he's, like... He's a rare breed. He loves IT networking. Like, he's not good at IT networking. He loves IT networking. Like, he loves going through networks and cleaning things and making things move faster and 3D printing. He's just one of those guys. And so he was still going through school and everything, so he was playing around on the network at the house and going through it. And that's where he found a shared folder between Stephan's computer and his computer on the network. And he thought that was just weird that there was even a folder there. So that's when he went into it, and that's where he saw a whole bunch of young kid stuff and
why did he put it in
videos
a shared
and pictures
place?
of his girlfriend.
I mean, that's sort of weird.
Because Stephan's an idiot.
I mean, a shared folder on a network.
Yeah, it was literally like connected. It was in the middle of the network, like a portioned off section that Lance had for like when we want to bounce files back and to and fro in the house. It was just like that, something quick and easy. We were all wired together because we're all gamers.
So he had like CSAM material and his girlfriend on there, or child pornography and his girlfriend,
and my buddy, the IT guy's girlfriend, from a hidden camera in their bedroom.
Wow.
Yeah, because he also lived in the house. I don't know if I stated that earlier, but even when I lived there, like, we lived together because his dad owned the place, so it was like super cheap rent, and Windermere's an expensive town.
Well, do you have any other like times when you were hanging out with him that you were just sort of like, God, that's weird, or something like that?
I don't know if you thought about it. But... He was very socially awkward other than that. I mean, I know there was a story that I was told when he first moved here by his own mom, and that was him stabbing a dude when he was like 14 years old. So I doubt anyone even knows. This happened in California before his family even moved over here. But he stabbed, I guess, from what I understood, he was walking down the road. He was like 14 years old in California, and some guy had catcalled his girl, and he flicked the guy off. The guy was like a drunk 40-year-old man who proceeded to run across the road and beat the living tar out of him. Well, apparently Stephan at 14 years old was one of those kids who carries knives on him, and he stabbed him and missed his heart by like barely a millimeter.
Wow.
So almost killed him. That was when he was 14, and I know he had a whole bunch of therapy afterwards because apparently the beating kind of messed with his brain or something where he could like fly off the handle really easily. Like, he would just get super angry really quick. And I only saw a couple flashes of that during our relationship together, but I mean, that was like... But I will say, of that entire family, Dad seemed normal. Mom, on the other hand, is a whole different beast altogether. Like, she raises championship poodles. She's the meanest, rudest, loudest, most racist person I've ever... And openly racist. I mean, she doesn't hide it. Just obnoxious person I've ever met in my life. Like, my sister used to run a Publix down here, and she was hated by the entire staff. Like, how do you get hated by a bagger? Like, that's hard to do.
Yeah.
Like, but everyone knew this lady when she walked through the door. She said she was an ex-Air Force drill sergeant, a Special Forces drill sergeant, no less. I don't know. That could be true, could be false, who knows. She was a whole different beast, and, like, he was attached to her by the cord. Like, it was really weird. Their relationship was weird. Dad seemed to hate the rest of the family. Yeah, Dad was, like, never around, really. Dad would pop in, like, on weekends here and there, and he slept in a separate bedroom, and then he would go back to doing real estate stuff and disappear for weeks on it down south. I mean, that was, like, all the time.
Probably wanted to get away from his kid.
I know. That's my impression I always had of him was, he doesn't like the wife and he doesn't like the kid.
He got dealt a bad hand, it sounds like.
Yeah, it seems like. And the other son, I want to keep calling him Brett for some reason, but I can't remember his name because he never came around. But I think he was military and lived in North Carolina, from what I understand. And I think when he had kids, he made an attempt, like sent them pictures of the family on Christmas kind of thing. And that was like the first thing he had done in like 15 years. So I don't know what happened in that family with that side, but I mean, what makes his son disappear from his family for 15 years by choice?
So it sounds kind of like, I mean, this arrest warrant, you know, he has the thing about the, you know, he has all those photographs on his phone. So it sort of sounds kind of similar.
The interview where he's cracking his knuckles, he used to do that. Like, so, I mean, we were like popular party kids back in high school. You know, at least me and my circle of friends was, and he was a part of that because he was like my friend. And so we got into a lot of fights with other kids and stuff like that. And that was just something he always did when he had this weird thing about like portraying being the most alpha guy in the room. A lot, what do they say? All bark, no bite. That was kind of him. And he used to do that all the time. He used to drive us nuts because it pissed everyone off, where he would sit there and just start cracking his knuckles non-stop. And it would be so aggravating. And that was one of the things we were talking about on Instagram today, because we had a pretty tight circle of friends, and we've all gone our separate ways, had kids, and done all that stuff. And we have an Instagram chat with a lot of us in it, and you know, obviously he's never been in it, but a lot of us other ones are in it. And we were just all talking today about a whole bunch of stuff. We remember of him back when we were younger and being like, damn, how did we not notice? Like, that's kind of crazy.
Yeah, and what about the part about him? He factory reset his phone. Like, we were reading that earlier. It's like, what a dummy.
Okay, the kid's not that dumb. I could tell you that that's a 100% chance. That is a 0 possibility chance with the kid. The kid is really smart when it comes to computers. Like I said, at least when it comes to certain things, he's really smart. We're gamers. Like, and we grew up gaming before, like, you know, the internet is the way it is. So we used to go in and go into the codes and change all of our settings and do all that kind of. Like, we were really big.
Did you play Doom now? Hey, I played the original Doom with the.
I played Doom on a floppy disk.
Remember we had to play the phone? You had to put the phone and do the 9600 baud, and then got to 1440, and it was like, whoa, yeah, this is incredible.
That's it.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah. But obviously he factory reset.
For that to happen, he did it. Yeah, there was no way. That's a physical impossibility. Like, the second so we had like a thing in the chat where I saw the video where he was sitting behind the mom in the interview. And when I saw that live, at least when it was posted by the news channel. And when I saw that, I literally said, oh, he did it. I was like, I can look that kid in the face. So like, he has tells. He's just a bad liar. Always has been, always will be. Everyone knows and everyone says he's always been like he was kind of creepy. Like, all his ex-girlfriends have messaged me the last day or two. And that's like a common reoccurring word used to describe him, as creepy. So it's just like, you know, I don't necessarily know exactly the details of what they saw or what kind of things who knows.
Did you see that interview with the mother, and he's in the background there, and then he sort of gets up and walks away at one point?
Yeah, so I don't think it's on camera, but how that started was kind of wild too. The way he grabs the chair and just walks up and slams it down on the floor, and it just kind of plops his feet down one at a time, stomping them into the ground. I was like, that's weird.
Yeah, the whole thing.
Like,
must be weird just for you in general, right? Like, it's weird, right?
It's definitely weird for all of us.
Yeah.
Like, all of us, because, I mean, like I said, we were party kids, so we hung out with a lot of people. So there's a lot of people that are just... Girls from all up and down the state have been messaging me being like, I'm in tears, this is crazy, I'm throwing up, and I'm just like, that's, you know, I don't even know really what to say about that. I'm just kind of like, that's nuts.
Yeah.
I come from a military family, so I've been around some crazy, you know, I've been around death and things that happen plenty of times.
I don't think they're really throwing up. They just wanted to make you impressed that they were
exactly.
So emotionally
kind of,
affected.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, that's a lot. I mean, I haven't talked to these people in like 15 years. Half these people are messaging me.
It's like a reunion, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
So it's kind of crazy, all of us talking about it, and just like the things we remember, and kind of being like, you know, maybe we should have thought a little harder about that. Maybe we should have followed up with our buddy when he told me what happened. Maybe I should have followed up, because I didn't talk to my buddy for years afterwards either. You know, I was like, take the money and report them. I was like, what are they going to do? But I'm going to assume they didn't report him, you know, obviously. But I know his mom paid him off, because my buddy was hurting, and my buddy got an apartment right after. So, I mean,
so you guys
don't go from having no money to having
money.
You
he worked at Disneyland. So how long was he there? Do you think he was doing anything there with cameras? And stuff?
If he was at Disney, it was only for a year, as of like September 26th or something like that.
But he obviously worked there for the kids, right? Because there were kids there.
I would assume because like so when people told me that he had got a job at Disney, I thought that was really weird. To be honest with you, I just thought that was weird in general because like his dad does real estate and he's worked for his dad forever. Like that's just what he does because he can't do anything else because he's terrible. He wakes up when he feels like it, does whatever work he wants to do. He's just one of those lazy kind of people when it comes to that. Just does whatever he wants.
You're talking about Stephan. But you're talking about him.
And Daddy and Mommy always bailed him out of every issue he ever had. So, I mean, they moved to the other side of the state to get away from his charges that he had when he was a kid from stabbing that guy. So they moved literally all the way across the state so no one would know him in that town anymore.
Do you think that's a true story that did you talk to your friend?
I don't know. That was his mom that told me that.
No, I'm talking about the other story.
A long time ago.
I'm talking about the other one. The one, do you think it's a true story that the mom paid off your roommate to not share the stuff?
Yeah. So that kid I actually trust a lot.
Yeah.
Me and that kid have been through thick and thin. I mean, like he's
jeez.
Like when someone needs to go down with the cops and rat one or the other person out, and that kid just won't rat someone out, he's that kid.
Well, what's weird about it is the mom. That means she was aware that her son has a propensity.
Oh, the mom's definitely aware because I called her son all sorts of those names and called her out on all of it to her face. So I definitely know she knows for sure.
Oh yeah, when made you call him that to their face? Like when was that?
With all the Lance stuff.
Oh, okay.
Well, I guess the IT guy. Yeah.
After that.
But with all his stuff.
And how many years ago was that?
That was like 12 years ago, probably. 10, 12 years ago, something like that.
Yeah, that's quite a.
I mean, I don't have it marked in the calendar, but it's like 10, 12 years ago.
You didn't write it down? Give me the exact date. I need the time and.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm literally judging because I'm like, how long have I been dating this girl? 7 years? Okay, yeah, all right, there we go.
Yeah.
I'm like, it must be like 10 to 12.
Can you think of anything else, just offhand? Anything that people have been saying in your Instagram that you remember them talking about, or?
Not really, other than like he always went for the youngest girl at the party. I mean, which is kind of crazy. I can't really confirm that honestly because I was young and I wasn't really paying attention to those things, so I don't even know. But
other people notice.
I believe that. Yeah, other people say. I mean, that's a running theme in the chat that we have. So, but other than that, I mean, all of us ended up normal. We're just kind of like, but he was the one kid. So all of us, a few of us had different falling outs at different periods in time. A lot of us stopped hanging out with each other. I went my own way with esports and other things like that, and then they went their ways with kids and wives and all sorts of stuff like that. And Stephan was the only one who was never in any of our chats, any of our Facebook conversations. Like, we had a big group of friends, and we all still talk almost on a daily basis, at least with a message or two, nothing big or anything, but we just chat back and forth on Facebook and stuff. And he's the one guy who's never been in any of those with anyone, because it's like when I stopped being friends with him, everyone stopped being friends with him. And not because it's almost like the only reason he was ever around was because me and him were so close that he was always with me. So other than that, I mean, that's pretty much it. I mean, that's a lot. The kid was kind of a whack job growing up.
Did you ever go on, like, just you and him go do stuff together?
Oh yeah, we did stuff all. I mean, I got pictures on my Facebook of me and him shooting bows and arrows and everything. We partied all the time, and we smoked a lot of weed. Like, we did all sorts of stuff. We went hiking. Like, we were basically like brothers. We lived together. I mean, we drove the same car. We lived together. We worked both under his dad for like a year or two together. Like, we did all sorts of stuff together. I mean, I helped them raise their newest line of poodles and all that. I lived with him in 1, 2, 3, 4 different homes over the years.
Did you ever but after the time where he pulled out the gun, you never lived with him again after that, or?
No, I never even talked to him after that. I deleted him from everything I owned at that point in time and never talked to that kid again. I was at the point in my life where I was kind of like, at that point I was already done with the partying and stuff. I mean, I was like 24, 25 years old. I was kind of already done with the partying scene. Wasn't going downtown anymore. Wasn't getting into trouble anymore. I was kind of a troublemaker growing up, so I was kind of done getting in trouble and changed my life around. I was working 40, 50, 60 hours a week. And so when the gun was drawn on me, I've had guns drawn on me before, and that was kind of the time where I was like, you know what? I feel like this is always my fault for being in the wrong situation. And that's why I moved out. I was like, yeah, I just don't need to be around this.
Probably
and for the last
smart.
12 years or so, it's been pretty accurate. No guns.
Well, there you go. Probably a smart move. Probably a smart move.
It's just like, you know, and it's one of those moments where I could definitely tell you it's been long enough now that I can be like, I should have listened to my mom. She didn't like him. She never liked him. And like,
yeah, moms.
I should have just listened to my mom.
They have that instinct somehow.
Yeah, it's one of those weird moments where I've heard that line so many times in my life.
Although it sounds like his mom wouldn't have had that instinct.
No, his mom was she was like, it's so hard to describe her because of how vile of a woman that lady is. And this is coming from, I have a person in my family who's extremely racist that I dislike very much so. And even that lady is nowhere near the levels of depravity his mom is. Like, she's just a cruel, evil, mean person. And I've just never seen someone who's inherently like that. Like, that's crazy to me. I've seen people who have beliefs and do bad things because of those beliefs, but I've never seen someone who's just like, oh, you're literally just evil. You're just a bad person. And that's her. It's just weird. She's mean to be mean.
Yeah, not very. Probably maybe had something to do with maybe, I don't know if she created him or his behavior made other people act a certain way. I mean, the dad seemed like
which is highly possible because I was like that growing up. I mean, like, I was a kid that definitely had to be slapped around. You couldn't tell me not to do something because I did it anyway. Mm-hmm. So, you know, I took a little bit of an aggressive stance from my father, but, you know, where I'm at in my life at this point, I kind of understood that I was one of those kids who kind of needed a firm hand every now and then because I just didn't learn otherwise.
Hello, this is Gray Hughes of Gray Hughes Investigates on YouTube. Please hit the like button, share, and subscribe. And if you could hit the notification bell and select all videos, that would be great. Now, during the video, leave comments in the comments section under the video so that people can have a dialogue about various elements that we're discussing here. So I was able to find an old photograph of Stephan Stearns, or Stephan Stearns. I don't know why I keep saying Stephan because of the way it's spelled, but Stephan Stearns right here. Now you can see on the right, that was in high school. The one just to the left of that is his Twitter profile picture, and then the two on the left are more recent. The one on the far left is after he's been arrested. Now you can see his ears are a little bit different over the years, so maybe he had some sort of surgery at some point to, augment his appearance, he felt. We don't know. Now something that's interesting that's happened recently is that the mother of Stephan Stearns has been contacting, or trying to contact, some of the parents or even the people that I've interviewed, saying, hey, why would you do that? Why would you do that? But it's like, I mean, I don't understand the question. Why would you do that? Why did your son do that? Why are you going after those people who just came forward courageously and wanted to put the story out? You might want to look in your own mirror. I mean, one of the guests said that you paid off or gave money to one of Stephan's roommates so that he wouldn't come forward with the videos that he had been taking of his roommate's wife. So maybe there was even some CSAM material in that network folder, as well as one of my guests reported the roommate telling him. I just found that interesting. So I thought I'd let you know that she seems to be actively going out there trying to question why people are saying certain things about Stephan Stearns. And her, as a matter of fact. Every single one of them said she was very strict. One of them said she was very strict, and the other one had a lot worse things to say about her. And I don't know, all I can go by is what their experience was. Now let's take a look at something else in the case. We know that the apartment is right here on Santa Maria Drive, and he was seen there at 8:19. Now remember, at 7:35, he's throwing the backpack and laptop into the dumpster, which is contradictory to what Jennifer stated about seeing her getting ready to go to school at 8 in the morning. Unless it was absolutely premeditated, which I don't believe it is. I'll be making a video on how it seems spontaneous, this crime. You would have to think that he was already throwing stuff in dumpsters while she's getting ready to go to school. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. At some point, somebody's going to have to figure out why she said that. Was that just something that he told her to say? Because they're saying different things. You gotta admit that you saw her too in the morning, because maybe she never really actually woke up. Maybe she slept in and she never woke up that morning, and she's just saying she saw her getting ready to go to school because he probably said, man, they don't even know if she was still alive and stuff like that, but I took her to school and dropped her off. Can you just say that you saw her getting ready? And maybe that's what she said. That's a definite possibility. People like Stephan Stearns have the ability to convince people to do things like that. So here is the apartment complex, and then at 8:19 he's returning with her lifeless body in the vehicle. So it's likely that he put her somewhere first and then went to get her. I mean, we don't know. It's really kind of confusing why he's returning back to the apartment complex with her lifeless body in the vehicle after throwing away the laptop and the backpack into a dumpster at around 7:35. I think this might be the dumpster right here. That's as you're exiting the complex. I don't really see any dumpsters just randomly placed throughout the complex here, so maybe it was just conveniently placed when people were leaving in the morning. They could just put things in the dumpster here. So it's confusing, though. Was it really early in the morning where he's just not seen on camera that he took off and put her somewhere, and then in the morning threw away the laptop and the backpack, and then he went back and retrieved her and came back to the apartment complex? But where was she when he went back to the apartment complex for all those hours before he left? So the route that I think he took is likely this one. Out of the apartment complex, you can almost immediately get onto Highway 192, and then all you do is turn right on Hickory Tree Road, and that takes you right to the crime scene. Now, there's other more convoluted ways that you could do this, which Google Maps puts up on there. This just seems like the most direct way. Now, he may have taken other roads to avoid cameras, but some of these areas are very populated, so you would think he would be aware that a lot of the homes have security cameras on them. Now, if we listen to this press conference right here, in a portion of this video, she explains where the flat tire took place, and I didn't really notice before, but it's interesting how they ended up finding where she was located, because where the flat tire appears to have happened is nowhere near there. We had all thought that the flat tire was kind of right in that area, and that's how somebody saw him, and then they went, oh yeah, and then her body was put pretty close to the road in those hedges right there. But that isn't where the flat tire was, based on what this officer here says in this press conference.
Thank you for being here. As Sheriff Mina said, this is still an active and ongoing investigation, and there is a lot of additional information that we cannot release at this time. I do want to note that Stephan Stearns was transported from the Orange County Jail to the Osceola County Jail, where he is being held on capital sexual battery charges filed by the Kissimmee Police detectives. Right now, our top priority is recovering Madeline. We are still appealing to our community for its help in this case. Please share this crime line bulletin on my right of Stephen Stearns. He was last seen driving a silver 2010 Lincoln MKZ.
Yeah, and then she refers to, I believe it's this image right here, where we can see the vehicle, and there's the license plate right there. And here is the tire where it appears he had a flat tire and replaced it with one of the donut spare tires that you put in vehicles as a temporary replacement.
The Florida tag is IYLL82. On Monday, February 26th, between 1 and 2:30 p.m. in the area of State Road 192 and Old Hickory Tree Road.
Okay, so that's Old Hickory Tree Road. So there's a Hickory Tree Road and there's an Old Hickory Tree Road, and they're right next to each other. This is Hickory Tree Road, and Old Hickory Tree Road is right here. This is Highway 192. So the first spot she mentioned is right here at this intersection. Let's go back.
As well as Old Hickory Tree Road and Nolte Road.
So let's take a look at where that is located. So Nolte Road is N-O-L-T-E Road right here, and this is Old Hickory Tree Road and Nolte Road. So she gave a range from here to there.
During this time frame, it is believed that Stearns had a flat tire and might have been seen changing the tire in this area.
So the tire was being changed in this area right here. I mean, it's pretty amazing because Hickory Tree Road is right here, and it goes down. So again, this is Old Hickory Tree Road, but it ends right there. And then it comes all the way down, Hickory Tree Road does, comes around like this, and then here is where the crime scene was, and there's even now on Google Maps a memorial that's been set up in that location. I believe her body was found right here in these hedges, as I've shown in another video that I've made. And now you wonder, how did they know that to look in this area if this is the area where he was changing a tire? So that really gives more credence to that he really did have a flat tire, because there'd be no reason for him to stop in this area here. Now, if his flat tire was in the area where Madeline was found, you might make the argument that it was a ruse of some sort, but we know now that it wasn't a ruse. He really did have a flat tire. He must have been absolutely freaking out at that point. And perhaps because of him having to put on the donut tire, he didn't feel like he could drive out further into the woods over here. And he just stopped and quickly put her body here, and then perhaps he drove out like this. He went like this around, and here is also 192 and Hickory Tree Road, not Old Hickory Tree Road. So you just go to 534 to 192 and then take 192 all the way back, and then it goes through this intersection right here where Old Hickory Tree Road and 192 was, and then you could take it all the way back home at that point. Now, he may have actually just doubled back and came this direction, but I think he came in like this, now that we know that he was changing a tire in this area here. And so I find it interesting that this is where he was changing the tire. I hadn't really listened to and mapped out what that lady was talking about. I just kind of assumed that it was Hickory Tree Road, but she specifically said Old Hickory Tree Road. And even if she did say that, let's just say she meant to say Hickory Tree Road, it would be right here to here, so it would still just be in this area here where he got the flat tire. Now, what do you guys think? Do you think that he intentionally was looking to get to this spot? I think he's lived in the area long enough to know where, and this is very populated right here, but just outside of that populated area is this area. Now, the flat tire, ironically, could be why he didn't go much further. Those tires aren't great for traveling great distances on. I mean, perhaps he was going to go way out here somewhere where there's virtually nobody living out in the middle of nowhere. But he didn't. He pulled over here, and there are a lot of elements to this case that point to it being spontaneous. And we'll discuss that in another video coming up probably tomorrow. And if we go back and listen to what she was saying, the time frame here, let's go back and listen.
Is IYLL82 on Monday, February 26th between 1 and 2:30 p.m. in the area of State Road 192 and Old Hickory Tree Road.
So 1 and 2:30. They're probably looking for people that have dash cameras, because maybe that's how long he was sitting there while he was trying to get his tire fixed. I mean, that's pretty amazing to have that wide of a range of time, 1 to 2:30, but it also shows that if he got there at 1:30, I know that this route that I have in this image right here takes 46 minutes. It's 22.6 miles. And you can see right here it says this route has restricted uses or private roads. But, I mean, obviously you can go on these roads here. I mean, this is a road that he was on. So, I don't know. Right here, it's still 192. That's not private. Old Hickory Tree Road isn't really private. And Hickory Tree Road, which I have him going on, isn't private. So he comes all the way around to here. But anyways, it's 46-minute drive because of traffic, etc. Now, I'm sure you could probably do it in 40 minutes. But, so let's subtract from 1 o'clock, 40 minutes. So he would have left home at 12:20. So what was he doing with Madeline's body for 4 hours while it was likely still in his apartment complex? Now, we weren't given any information about them seeing the vehicle leaving again later. So I don't know how these cameras work, if they're motion activated, and usually there's a little bit of time after a motion where it won't pick up something, but it'll take a motion, record, and then wait a minute to start recording something again. So maybe he got lucky getting out of there. But most of these apartment complexes don't have motion activated cameras. They have cameras that are constantly running. So what was he doing? Did he just leave her in the vehicle, maybe cover up with a blanket? I don't think they have garages there, but perhaps they do. I'm not really aware. There's no street view for me to look inside the house. So it's possible that there is a garage and he put the vehicle in that garage, and then around 12:20 or so took off, headed down the highway. I can show you on Google Earth because I think I have it memorized here. So let's see, let's go up to the house. So there's a house right here. You drive down, get onto 192, come down all the way. You can stay on 192 the entire way until you get right here. This is Hickory Tree Road, but apparently he turned on Old Hickory Tree Road. So maybe he didn't want to get on that main road there, and he came down like this, had a flat tire somehow. It could also be that he was going to continue around, but he got a flat tire and pulled over onto this road. And then once he got it fixed, knowing the area, he probably came down here, took a left on Nolte Road, and then went straight down on Hickory Road like that, down and around, and then came up right into this area. Now, as you've seen on other videos that I've shown, that is the crime scene right there. So he made it here, and then I think with that spare tire, he'd want to get back as soon as possible. So perhaps he went right over to 192 like this and drove all the way back on a freeway. But it's also very possible that when he came back, he went through some neighborhoods on slower roads given the tire that he has. So let me know in the comments what you think. It's pretty interesting stuff. This part here does have me a little bit more baffled, though, that this is where his flat tire occurred, and somehow they were able to figure out that he was here. I had thought that the flat tire was in this area, and that's what directed him to look in this wooded area. So thank you all very much for watching. Keep a lookout for the next video, which will be on how the crime appears to be spontaneous. And let me know in the comment sections what you think. Please hit that like button, share, and subscribe. Hello, this is Gray Hughes of Gray Hughes Investigates on YouTube. Please hit that like button, share, and subscribe. Today's video is a continuation in the series of videos I've made where it shows the movements of Stephan Stern's vehicle based on the cell tower information in the large document dump that came out recently. Now, if you remember, the last video left off where Stephan Stern had came home just after Jennifer left to go pick up Madeline, maybe within 8 or 9 minutes. And Stephan Stern gets back to the apartment at 2:47, and then he's there from, again, from 2:59 to 4:38. Sometimes his cell phone isn't pinging off of towers. So from 2:59 to 4:38, he is, I'm sort of wondering now when he factory reset that phone. I wonder if they can tell based on how much time lapsed in between where his phone was contacting a tower. I hadn't thought of that till just now, but I wonder if they can actually determine the time that he factory reset that phone. So anyways, from 2:59 to 4:38, he was at the apartment. Then he takes off at 4:41. He's leaving. And this is when Jennifer called him and said, "Hey, Madeline never showed up to be picked up. I waited for her at school, etc. I went over to the office, my mom's work. She wasn't there either," and probably told him all the stuff that she had done. And now Stephan Stern is heading up to pretend to be a concerned, boyfriend / stepfather that he called himself. Then 4:41. Still in the same area here, 4:43. So this is rush hour. So the driving times might be quite a bit slower depending on where you're at. 4:44 right there, 4:47, making up in this direction. I think they use that route quite a bit where they would go on Carroll Street, then Dyer Boulevard. Then 4:53 up here on West Osceola Parkway. And there's probably a lot of traffic and waiting in that area. And then 4:55 right there. Again, 4:55, it actually made it around the turn up into this area. Then 4:57 here, probably a lot of traffic. And then 4:58 up here. 4:59. And then 5:01 here. And then I believe Stephan Stern makes it to the office at around 5:03 and is at the office until 8:49 p.m. And while they were there, there are 2 different body camera videos that I'll play right now in order in the sequence that they were done, and you can watch those. So here are those videos right now.
This is Mom.
This is Mom? Okay.
Hey there.
Hi there.
Hey there. I don't know. Hey there.
Hey there. What's going on?
So my daughter was dropped off close to school this morning, but never made it. I went to pick her up from school.
I'm sorry, one second.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
Are we looking for another kid or we have a kid?
Looking for another one.
Good.
Alright, so people are still on the scene. Let's put that out in the possible location. How long?
13.
I'm trying to get there right now.
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right.
So she was supposed to be dropped off at school, didn't make it to school.
Didn't make it to school. I went to pick her up from school today,
Okay.
and she never came out. They announced it over the speaker, and I'm just like, maybe she walked here, because sometimes she'll walk here to this office. I came here, nothing. I went back to the school, they were closed. I got an email from the school saying she was absent, but I also messaged her teacher, and he looked at her entire attendance today and saw that she was completely not at school today either.
Okay.
So she never made it.
Okay. What's her name?
Madeline. Madeline.
Madeline. Last name?
Soto. S-O-T-O.
S-O-T-O?
Yeah.
Date of birth?
February 22nd, 2011.
February 27, 2000?
22nd.
Oh, sorry. 22nd,
2011.
2011.
Just had her 13th birthday.
13.
1418 Charlie 405. What's the name of the single age?
Madeline Soto, age 13. I'm trying to get a clothing description now. What was she last seen wearing?
26 County Color 45. People hit my call 931. It's the same call.
Green hoodie.
Green hoodie.
White Crocs.
White Crocs.
Either blue or black pants.
I think black shorts.
Black shorts?
Yeah.
Black shorts? Okay. Black shorts. Alright. Do you know if she has like friends in the area?
She does, but she doesn't know where they live.
She doesn't know where they live. Okay.
I asked all of them.
Okay. Is this like, does she like have any places that you guys know that she'll usually be at? Any friend's house? Any places that like she likes to hang out?
Not typically, no.
No.
Not typically?
No.
Okay. Just give me 1 second. Let me see if I get some.
Thank you.
No problem. And what school she goes to?
Hunters Creek Middle School.
Hunters Creek Middle? Alright, cool. 125. Do you have a picture of her? Can you airdrop it to me?
Yeah, I know. Let me see which picture. I don't know which picture.
Anything recently? Probably from a birthday party, right?
Yeah, but I wasn't there, so I have to look at what's up.
Sí, I guess.
Go ahead. That's what I'm about to grab right now. Yeah. Alright, cool, thank you.
Is this a good enough picture, or do you need a whole
Yeah,
body
that's
picture?
perfect.
Okay. How do I airdrop? I don't know how to do it.
I got you. Okay, where's the photo? Right there.
It's on WhatsApp.
That's fine. This is it?
I saved it to my photos, so you could go.
You saved it to your photos?
Yeah, we can just go
Perfect.
straight to the photos.
Okay, perfect. Give me a second. Yeah. I'm gonna send it out right now to my other guys.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
And there's the Peace Church.
This is mom right here. By any chance, does she have a phone number or a phone?
She does, but she left it at home today. I have it.
You have it.
And I've already gone through her messages.
Okay. How about, does she have like an Apple Watch? No. Does she have
She's got a device. The only device she's got on her right now is her school laptop.
a school laptop? Is that trackable?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
It should be. It should be. If the Wi-Fi is turned on, it'll try to connect to any Wi-Fi. So if I like circle here, it connects to any USB.
Well, does she not have a history of running away or anything like that?
Never.
She's just hanging out and lost time kind of?
Possibly, I don't know. She got dropped off. She was like, so she's embarrassed by his car. So she didn't want to be dropped off at school. She wanted to be dropped off like half a block away so she can walk.
It's an image thing. She's in the face.
But he dropped her off half a block away and drove away.
Okay. Did she ever go to school though?
No, we called school.
She was walking in that direction. She was rifling through her backpack, just looking for something. I thought maybe she was just looking for headphones before she got her walking on.
Yeah.
But she was just kind of, shambling over in that direction. It looked the same as any other morning.
Okay.
What was the last thing you asked?
If she had went to school, I think that's what it was.
So I got confirmation from the school that she never made it. They sent me an email saying she didn't make it. But I also spoke to her or emailed one of her teachers directly, and he looked at all her attendance for all her periods and told me she didn't make it at all today.
Okay.
Say it again? No, she's supposed to have a book bag. She was supposed to go to school, but didn't go to school today.
Yes. Oh, 643.
Oh, okay. Alright.
Battery FGOA 2319 Turtleback Loop. Third party occurred Saturday.
Okay.
Complaint
All right.
children
Cool.
by two juvenile males. The request is 10.5
Say it again?
only. It's code 219.5.
I'm trying to figure out secondary spots, but so far negative on anything. Yeah, you could be 51 to me. Alright, cool. 34 too. Alright, cool.
I'm getting the reading.
Attention Sector 4 units, prepare to copy a local from OPD at Quarantine.
Yeah, it said negative on that hit at the park.
Way,
So.
reference A21 to a vehicle. Pursuing local,
Green hoodie.
reference A21 to a vehicle.
I think
Going
black
to be
shorts.
An unknown male, gray hoodie,
Also
black
black
pants, black
shorts
ski
and
mask,
white
and
Crocs
black
with
gloves.
socks.
No further information. 1064, 1946.
And when was the last time you seen her? Do you know around what time?
Around 8:30, 8:40 when we dropped her off.
How tall is she?
5'1",
Weight?
110 pounds.
About 110, 120.
Hair color?
Blonde.
Blonde, like a dirty blonde.
Like a dirty blonde?
Like a
Yeah.
normal.
Okay. Eye color?
Blue.
Does she have any markings on her, like any scars
She
or anything
has
like that?
a distinctive beauty mark on her face
On her
here.
face?
On the face, like below the nose or near the nose?
Yeah, like right in that area there. It's very distinctive. You'd know it if you saw it. Big.
Any other scars or anything like that we should know?
Scars? No.
No.
Tattoos?
Tattoos?
anything like that?
No.
Should've
You'd be
probably
surprised. Did you put out the description?
I put the top part out. I didn't get the rest of that stuff yet, so I can put it out.
County 34s here. Updated 14. White female.
Can I just see that
green
phone?
hoodie, black shorts, white Crocs with socks, approximately 5'1" height, blonde, dirty blonde hair, blue eyes, has a beauty mark under the nose. And there we go.
I'm getting a random 407 number. Okay. Hello? Yes? Hi, Principal. I'm okay. How are you? No, currently with the police officers here right now.
Start getting the
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can find her
paperwork.
anything.
Does she have any social media or anything like that?
She has Instagram.
Right here.
OBT Stephan,
Private.
It is private.
Just family,
Thank you
cousins,
so much. I
friends.
definitely appreciate it.
Right here.
That's her profile?
Yeah.
Little figure.
She also has a YouTube page.
Okay. Any Snapchat or?
She games, right? No. She plays games.
No, that's the daughter's
She plays
phone.
games. She plays like Minecraft.
So after law enforcement interviewed them and they were still sitting around doing stuff at the office, Stephan Stearns went out to, quote, help one of the officers in determining where he had dropped Madeline off. And he went out and showed an officer. So at about 9:01, there's movement on his cell phone. It's going in this direction. It's heading west. And then about 9:03, he makes it into this area right here. And then 9:08 to 9:21 is still in the area. So let's play that body camera footage right now.
It was along this stretch. I can't remember the exact spot, but it was around where these communities were. Oh, thank you. So it's like around where these communities were.
Okay.
And it's just like in this stretch, like we could see the overpass down there.
Where's the school?
Just on the other side of the overpass.
So somewhere around here.
So yeah, somewhere, maybe not this one, but the next one possibly. It's right in this stretch. When we just came down and we drove about halfway down, she was like, that's good right here.
Okay.
On the second floor. they no longer see the subject. They said unknown or apartment number, but it was next door to theirs. I'm going to find out what their apartment number is. 10-4, second floor. The suspect also had a brown purse. The complaint hung up. There's no further information on this.
34, 43, and 49. Where are you in relation to your car?
They took a 10-8 north of the complex, 2108. It's going to be a black female wearing a white dress and hat with a brown purse.
Say it again?
Find anything?
No.
2109.
Cameras, nothing?
No. No.
Black female secure, 2109. Normal.
1418, 3418.
Go ahead.
Check the PX.
$26 standby.
Supervisor on the channel, 26 close holding. County 0405. 10-4, thank you.
County 1414.
No, no cameras as of right now.
I can't believe that in this day and age there's no cameras going on anywhere.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if we can find something.
Especially in a school.
Yeah.
202-2112.
Okay, well, after that body camera footage, Stephan Stearns eventually heads back to the office, and he's near or at the office from 9:23 until 9:44, right in this area here. All right, and that's Jen's mom's office at the Advanced Insurance Group and Tax Services. Then Stephan Stearns and Jennifer, who has Madeline's phone, head south back to their home. So at 9:45, let me clear out all these and just start with this pin. So at 9:45, he's right around in this area. Now think about, at this time of night, there is no rush hour, so you can drive a lot faster. 9:45, 9:47, clear down here. Then 9:50, right around in this area. And then 9:50 again right there. 9:51. Down on Dyer, getting closer to the apartment. 9:53 in this area, and then 9:57 makes it home. So got home in 12 minutes, but took almost 20 to get there. And they are at home for a few hours, and then an officer shows up at the apartment complex to go in and interview them again, almost around 1 o'clock in the morning. So let's play that right now.
Go ahead.
65, a Florida 28 for a Gray Mazda.
112, yep. 51.
Go ahead.
34 Echo, Black Mike Echo.
Hey, Ron. I just want to verify the clothing.
Oh. What? Stop.
And so this officer got there at around 12:46 a.m. on the 27th. And as you can see, it's all been redacted after the door was open and they went inside. I'm not sure why we don't get to hear the audio, however. So this is another piece of information from the same early morning hours on February 27, 2024. During this time, it was discovered Jennifer's vehicle had been driven on February 27, 2024 between the hours of 3:27 a.m. and 4:25 a.m. in the area of US 192. Jennifer's vehicle had also traveled on February 28, 2024 between the hours of 4:42 a.m. and 10:55 a.m. between US 192 and southwest to Northport, Florida. That sounds like he went home during that time. All right, so that is the rest of the movements that we have available to us. I'll show you right now the actual cell phone data visualization of the same information. So at 2:47, Stephan Stearns is at home. Yeah, right there you can see it, 2:47. Then 2:48, Jen is heading up towards the school, and the purple right there is Madeline's phone with her. So keep that in mind. So Jennifer's heading up north and makes it to the school area around, she was there from 2:55 until 4:13 in that general area, and that includes even going to the office that her mother has and back and forth. She's in that area. And then Stephan Stearns is still at home during this time. And then he's still sitting at home. I mean, all of these cell pings right here are consistent because they overlap the apartment. So that just means multiple towers had pinged his phone, but he's right there. It doesn't show that he's moving necessarily. It might show that though. This is just my interpretation of it. And he's still at home at 3:29, and then 3:30 it's still at home, and then another tower picks it up, but it doesn't appear to have left. It looks like Stephan's cell phone is still inside the cell tower arc. And now we're looking at 3:31. All of these, it's still right inside all of these cell towers. So to me, he can't be moving up here because this cell tower would go cuts off at that angle, and this one goes up like that, but this one goes like this, and that only includes where the apartment is. So for me, he's still at home at 3:31, and then from 3:34 to 3:36 he's still there. So they just put anytime there's a change. And then 3:42 to 4:13 he's still at home, and Jen's up at her mother's office at this time, likely. Then 4:28 through 4:38, Stephan Stearns is still at the apartment. And now it appears that he's taking off. You can see the rings are getting further apart. That means he's on the move. Okay, and there he goes. He's heading up north to the office. And there is Madeline's phone pinging. And he makes it up to the office. And he's there from, looks like 5:03 until 6:52. And then from 8:49, I guess this one here, this is from 6:52 until 8:49. So they're just basically at the office this whole time. And this is about when Stephan Stearns goes out and helps, with quotes around it, to show the officer where he dropped Madeline off. Okay, this is 9:01, and now you can see right around in this time, he's still at the office, but then see how it's starting to move to the west here. This is 9:03, and his phone's moving away from the office, but it's staying in that general area there, and that is when he's helping the officer. And it's going to be inside of this arc and this one, so right in there, which is absolutely consistent to where he was when he was, quote, helping. All right, now he's likely back at the office. There is some movement there. And then from 9:32 to 9:43, they're still at the office. And then as you can see, now there's movement. They're driving home. They're heading south. See? Different cell towers picking up the vehicle as it heads south. And there you go. They're back home, all back home by 10 o'clock to 11:39. Again, this is a ping of Jen's phone, but it also includes the arc where inside of that is the apartment. So it's just another tower that picked her up. And then from 11:56 until 11:59, they're still at home. And then we know about an hour later, an officer shows up at the apartment to interview them, but it's mostly redacted. All right, so that concludes the cell phone movements of Stephan Stearns' phone during the 26th of February, 2024, through early morning hours of February 27th, 2024. And I hope you guys found it interesting. At least you're sort of aware of the movements and how they were determining the movements of the vehicle, and just showing you the various places they went. And also included in this is the body camera footage that you can watch again in the order that things took place. Okay, so thank you all very much for watching, and as I always say, until next time, be safe out there.